The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Come on in. Come on in. Shalom, brothers and sisters.
At the bottom with my hand on your heel. When I walk strong enough to put my hand on your ear. And nobody knows me better than my nostrils. So when I say something,
come on in.
Believe I prosper. AHAYAH ball came and caught him off a girl while you was drunk off of alcohol, partying like a star. That money tree scared cause he saw me with a star. Standing tall, time to cut you down. Sorry, I'm in charge. You messing with the line rat. This ain't no scaredy cat. Trying to catch me unexpected, baby. I'm expecting that. Bet you that you don't wanna come down to my level. I'ma humble you. One long walk around with a shovel. You don't regard the poor, probably why they wanna jack you.
Shalom, shalom.
Scraps probably gonna crack around the earth for a work. You would think that this food's fine. Now you're traveling the space to go and steal a moonshine, but I'ma bring you down.
Shining for a while, living above the clouds, but I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a lot of pride, try to live in the sky.
Hit the like button.
Rich folks got me walking like a madman. Never really wanna see your brother stand up. I'm posted up like a lampstand. I bring them down like a champ, man. By they pride, I see in they eyes that I'm the last man. I bring them down like the two twin towers. Run up on and introduce you to my two twin powers. Walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Worst enemies, my enemies, so I be mad at myself.
Come on in.
Today is this day that nobody gon' stop me, y'all disable this fate. The queen of Babylon don't wanna play.
On into the stars.
Ready for war, you ain't gon' make an escape. Equip banana clip.
Rise, Israel, rise. Come on.
So you making a mistake. Trap tails, prepared and heavy, ready for that day. Checkmate. Anybody that wanna step in my way, cuz
they've been shining for a while. Living above the clouds. Ain't gonna stop till you underground. But I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you
Hey, yo, I'm on a mission. Grab your shoes and run with me. The cops on my tail, but I'm moving real slow.
Come on.
They got babies on them, they ain't sticking.
Come on in.
I ain't gonna stop till them suckers come and get me. I'm taking down the stars, all the stars in the industry. They try to take me once, but them suckers couldn't get with me. They took my brother too, but they said it didn't matter. They lied on me. All the ish they said was tragedy. So bow down your head and get ready for a tragedy. I'm coming for your heart, that's gonna come traumatic. I'm finna swing my blade like Sice game. It's a static. See you guys when I get there, you lames gon' fit. So listen to the flow that I'm kicking in the air. And that's just part of my cross. I gotta
hit the like button. Do we have a broadcast for you this evening? One into the stars. Come on.
Shining for a while, living above the clouds, but I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a lot of pride, try to live in the sky, but I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground.
Oh, yeah. They've been ruling with a lot of pride. live in above the sky. But the Most High prophesied in the book of Obadiah that he was going to bring them down and is not going to stop until their leader, Satan himself, is underground. Do we have a broadcast for you today? But before I go into the broadcast, we're going to get a few more people in, hit the like button. And I just want to do this real quick to all my brothers and sisters out there throughout the four corners of the earth. I'm Elder Rick Harshaw of the Gathering of Christ Church, and this song is dedicated to all of you. It doesn't matter. We've gone through so much trials and tribulations while living in Babylon, getting to know one another, finding ourselves and realizing that in truth, that we are the true children of Israel. And it's so hard finding ourselves through all this to a degree where there was offenses. Sometimes we have crossed one another, offended each other. But at the end of the day, folks, we're all we got. Forgiveness is imperative, and we're going to talk about that as we go. But before I go into the broadcast, warning to the stars, this goes out to all my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth to keep brotherly love, forgiveness. And if you did anything against me, I let it go a long time ago. I forgive you. And I hope you can forgive me and we can forgive one another, because what's coming down the pipeline, what they're letting in the gates, what they're letting through the gates, we're going to need one another, okay? Let's go out to my brothers and sisters, brotherly love.
We've been through so much pain. Life took us separate ways. Both did some hurtful things, but it's not over. You know that we both care. So can we forgive and forget? I need you here. Remember the ups and downs, the trials we've been through. See, there is no one on this earth who can replace you, my brother. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. You are my blood, yeah. We must forgive and love each other, no matter what life throws at us. We must keep brotherly love.
Searched high and low.
Searched high and low. Where did you go? Pick up your phone. Oh, brother, do you hear me calling? See, I apologize. Hey. This bond will never die. Remember the ups and downs, the trials we've been through.
We've been through so much in this world.
So
Babylon.
I'll keep on darling. I'm going till I get through to you, brother. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. No grudges, my brother. We must forgive and love each other, no matter what life throws at us. We must
goes out to the family, my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. And you know what? That also, above all, that include my blood family. I mean, we've gone through so much as a people, hundreds of years being used and abused by the powers that be, building all of these empires. And if it wasn't for the Almighty, I don't believe any of us could have made it to where we presently are, understanding that according to God, that we are the people of the book. We are the children of Israel. But I'm going to tell you, looking around at our people and seeing the work they have done on us throughout the generations, I'll tell you, brothers and sisters, so many of our people are defeated. They're so defeated. And it's our position through the Almighty to stimulate that spirit, the Spirit of God in them, to remind our brothers and sisters that what? How important they are, that we are a prophetic people, and the Most High God never forgot us. I know sometimes things, we get in over our head and life seems too much. And we wonder, sometimes people out there, and I've never questioned God's existence, but many people out there have given up altogether. We must forgive. And I'm saying that going into the Passover next week, all praises be to the Almighty. And I'm praying that the Most High send forth His Holy Spirit, right? So that those present and those who are viewing who can't be there, I'm sorry if you can't, that it leads us all into Christ's Spirit, one faith, one Lord, one baptism, one Spirit. And to remember what this time of year is truly about. And while present at the Passover, right, frustrations might happen, trip delays and certain things aren't going to go exactly how we would expect, because you can expect anything that could go wrong would go wrong. That, brothers and sisters, that we remember the reason we're there. We never forget the reason the Most High have pulled us together in such a time as this, when the whole world is in preparation to come against the children of Israel. Okay? We never forget, and I'm going to say, it's going to be thousands upon thousands of people, right? We're celebrating this holy day. At the same time, it's recognized from the heavens. And regardless of anything, understand that the Most High prophesied that He would bring us together, and I don't want any of us to lose sight for no reason to why we're here. Okay? Always be grateful. Always appreciate what the Most High has done in us and bringing us together. Okay? And since I'm talking about that, before I go into the broadcast, I would like to say thank you all. Please hit the like button. They have us under a shadow ban. I have a lot to talk about, and I want to jump right in. If you're already reserved your place for the Passover and you're part of the church, please make sure, hopefully you can attend the Sabbath in your locale this coming weekend, because everything, when it comes to your tables and all these things, will be controlled from your locale. All right. And if there's any last minute information you need, it's best to be present this coming Sabbath. Okay. Before flying into North Carolina, we're going to try to make it where we have entertainment. There's a lot of accommodations. Friday night, I'm going to be giving out meat and to the priests who are in the leadership throughout the four corners of the earth. And then after that, the rest of the priests can get their mitris. And I want to hug brothers and sisters, let them know how much I appreciate them. We have Torrance and others and many people working behind the scenes to make sure that the itinerary is in place, that the music is A1. Okay, we have multiple camera angles so that those who are viewing this from home can actually engage themselves as if they were present. We're going to have different camera angles. It's going to be a time to remember. It's going to be a time to remember. I mean, we're putting so much work into this, and to make this a day worth remembering, a day that from the heavens they would be proud that we're all coming together like angels on earth to celebrate the Passover in remembrance of Christ's sacrifice for our nation. Folks, this is what it's all about. It was through that crucifixion years ago, through the Holy Spirit from one generation to the next, that have led us to this awakening. And Christ from the heavens will be watching his people. He will be watching his people. All right. So please, if you are a part of the congregation, if you already reserved a seat, please go to your local church this week in preparation for next week's Passover. Okay. Passover is 2 weeks from the end of winter. Okay. That's the way it is. It's always at a fixed time. It always fall on what? You got it. Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Okay. Now, I'm going to open up the lines in a few moments. Elder Lawyer, when you're ready, just text me and I'll bring you in. But in the meantime, let's jump in to the broadcast. Now, brothers and sisters, you know, a few days ago, I made an announcement, right? And as you can see, when I made that announcement Monday concerning the brother who did Adam and Eve animations and things of that nature, books or whatever the case might be, John Martin, as you can see, we edited that particular broadcast. Okay, we whittled it down to just speaking about the new year and how to calculate time according to the Bible when it comes to the true meaning of new moon, right? It have nothing to do with the moon in the sky, but it's only signifying a change of season, a new month, which is a change of season every intercalary day, okay? Every 91st day is an intercalary day from the new year. And I spoke about John Martin. Here's his picture right here. And I was talking about how that you just can't come through and begin to use the network of this church without proper protocol, because for so many years, the other nations come into our neighborhoods, whether it be Amway or something else, to connect with the pastor and get access to our people as a network, but yet go back to where you live. And none of the money ever comes into our community to help those same people in the church, right? But I did edit it, and I had an opportunity to talk to the brother. All right. And I told him that, listen, I will clear things up when I go live Wednesday. Okay. I spoke with him. And the whole deal was, while I was overseas, there was another brother over Houston. I corrected Houston to a degree where it's going the way I would have established that. But he came through and told me that he was baptized in the Houston church, but he never attended the classes with the leadership I have in place now, right? What tipped me off is this brother here Dan YASHAYA, which is a good brother. Okay, I didn't want any negative aspersions cast on him, to let us know that John was actually linking in with other areas of our church, talking about the books or whatever the case might be, or his animation background, and linking in cross states with churches even outside of the area he was baptized under. And I said that I will correct this. Why? I spoke with him, right? And I said, well, listen, if you're baptized in the church, you become a member of the body, and all work is within the church's operation. And he understood that. I said, you can't come through, get baptized, disappear, and now you got to network with the church to financially grandize yourself when it isn't helping our people. We don't do it that way. We can very well find someone in the church to do exactly that, knowing where the finances will go within the body itself. So I'm not trying to knock down what you're doing, but there's rules here. You just can't work in the surface online and communicate with people in the church and siphon money off of a work that was established before you. And I say, you see how that can look. And he says, well, I can understand how that looks. And I say, well, okay. See, where your heart is, your treasure shall be also. Okay. So even though he got gifts, I say, listen, brother, all due respect, we all have gifts. I'm looking for what can you do within the body itself? Whether or not you do animation, books, and all that, we all came in with different gifts, but we're here to serve the Almighty. Okay? And I'm not going to allow anyone to come through without showing forth their work and prove themselves like the scriptures says we must do. And not be ready to give anyone credit who's not in the mud with the rest of us. So all due respect to you, sir. I told him, I'm glad that I spoke with you. I'll make sure I take that down in respect of you and give an opportunity for you to come through and show a presence at Houston. And once you show a presence and we know who you are, then we can discuss business. But what you do in the world has nothing to do with the business of what we're doing here. My business is the word of the Most High. And if you're going to come in, whether you Jew, Gentile, whoever you are, you're going to come in under the guidance so that we'll understand what your true intentions are. If you come through to just merchandise, then I'll understand that's why you're here. All right. So I'm going to give you some proving. He says, well, okay. Okay. He says, my wife even want to be baptized. I says, all praises. But once he come through, then we can discuss down the line, right? Then we can discuss Adam and Eve and anything else he would like to discuss. And I'm going to say this, right? I don't get overexcited through symbolism. Okay? Personally, symbolic gestures. I'm not going to be happy because somebody, white or anybody else, who's showing our people, showing the true images of our people as Israelites. Symbolism is okay. But how are my people benefiting from now you showing this? And if you are my people, then we can do it together to make sure these same people, because Adam and Eve were black people, these same people financially benefit. Okay? That's what I'm into. Where your heart is, your treasure shall be also. So I'm going to have to find out how my people benefit, our people who are in Christ, outside of symbolic gestures. And that's fair, right? So yes, don't come down on this brother. He only did what he thought was right and was never told the proper protocol on how to market within a church or a body. So I'm not blaming John for this, okay? But I thought in good faith that I would come before you all. If I come out and say something, okay, I'm not too proud to come back and say, well, listen, this is what it is today. I don't want no negative aspersions cast on this brother. He want an opportunity to show that he can do things right, and now he's in order with the church. Okay, so everything is on hold until after Passover, and then I'll sit down with the brother and we'll discuss what this relationship is. But more important, his soul and the family of his soul and the soul of those in his family is more important than the gifts he's delivering. So that's what I'm going to focus on first. Him being a part of the work and how that benefits Christ's work. All right. All right. So I'll leave that there. So I thought that I would put that out there because I said I would. Right. So let's now jump into the broadcast. Let's jump into the broadcast. Let me pull Elder Lawyer up here. Please hit the like button. We have a great broadcast. Warning to the stars is the topic, right? Warning to all these stars who have made it in the world. Here's a warning to them, right? Warning to the stars. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. All right, I got that. Okay. All right, there go Lawyer there. All right, let me bring Elder Lawyer in. Ruling with a lot of pride. I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you underground. Yes, Elder Lawyer, how are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I am blessed by the best, and his name is AHAYAH. Let me pull you in. Let me see. Here you go. Here you go. Elder Lawyer's in the house. Yes, 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 yes. There you go, Elder Lawyer. Yes, yes. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you.
Likewise.
Let me put on another light. One moment. Because it's bright where you are. Oh my goodness. I have to make sure, see if I can come close to where you are here.
Yes, sir.
Ruling with a lot of pride. Hey, I just talked with Raphael.
Oh, wow.
Man, he's in the United States. And at the very end of the Passover, the whole crew, we're going to do a whole new rendition, a choir rendition of Zion. At the very end, man, you talking about ending on a serious note. I can't wait, but yeah. Ralph is here, and you know he have that strong, raspy type of, Jaheim type of voice, right? But
yes, sir.
Jaheim / Sam Cooke / Teddy Pendergrass.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He said, "How you doing, Chief? What's going on, Chief?" He called me Chief.
Right.
It's going to be a bless. But yeah, Elder Lawyer, what I'm talking about today, warning to the stars, right? It seems as if our people have done so much going through the curse for, I would say, our slave masters' acceptance. And it would be at compromising our own spirit, our own morality, just to be recognized as a star. And I'm going to go there, right? Our people have lost our way because who don't want to be recognized to some degree if you if you are contributing something positive to society, whether it be music, technology, or whatever the case might be. But I believe the Most High, when I read the word, I think our people have lost sight. Let me put it this way, lawyer. We've lost sight to why we're here.
Right.
And through that, we've gained the wrong kind of recognition. Right? Like, for instance, Christ was famous. Right? Christ was famous. As a matter of fact, let me read it. This was the type of fame our people, the ancient, the righteous, this was the kind of fame we were known for, right? And instead of celebrating this type of famous, it seemed as if the stars of this world, when it comes to our people, that particular recognition isn't famous at all. It more so turns from fame to infamy. Mm-hmm. And I don't think our people know the difference. So I wanted to make a clear distinction to why the Most High have us here in the first place. We're here, America and scattered throughout the world, to learn the trials of our era and to realize we're under a curse for disobedience. We were never here to gain the same recognition as the world. Our people were intended to become famous in an entirely different way. And this is a warning to the stars, right? Whether it be P. Diddy, whether it be Kanye West, they're fighting an uphill battle. Okay, they're fighting an uphill battle with the paymasters. When from the beginning, I'm going to go there, they never intended on us basking in the glory of Babylon equally with them. We were here as workers. And they never intended for us to be anything outside of that capacity. Either we would become employment or something for them to toy or play with. They never intended anything for us outside of that. And the only reason they bared us so long is because they needed us to build their empire. Right? And I'm going to talk about this today. I have a book. I'm going to share a page out of that. The Negro in the New World. And this was published in the 1800s. Right? They had a study from all the lands the children of Israel were taken captive, and they logged our existence within these particular colonies, right? These slave colonies. They logged it. They charted the social engineering of our people. And there are some key things I'm going to bring out of this while talking about this. We were never in their eyes. There was never an intention to make us equal or have us consolidate enough power to actually have a say, politically or otherwise. Now, let me talk about the famous in the past, the fame we were actually known for. Right? Right here, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to read it real quick. I'm in Matthew 4:23. It reads, in YASHAYA, Jesus, they call him Jesus, but his name is YASHAYA. There was no J's back then. No J sounds back then. And YASHAYA went about all of Galilee, teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom and healing all manner of sicknesses and all manner of diseases amongst the people. And his fame went throughout all Syria. You see, this is what true fame is. And they have it twisted in a twisted world as Babylon. They have confused and blurred all lines to make us believe infamy is famous. Debauchery is famous. Anti-God activity is famous. And I'm going to show you how the enemy tricked and deceived our people. The true fame is when you read in Syria, and they brought unto him all sick people that were taken with diverse diseases and torments, and those which are possessed with devils, those which were lunatic, that means mental illness, and those that had the palsy, and he healed them. How can you acquire all the wealth of this world and not think of fully healing your people? And not and believe and begin to think that others view you separate from the same people the world is making sick.
Mm-hmm.
When the destitute, the trodden down, those who are poor, who can't see the light, are looking to those who've achieved something to actually heal the ills of our community. And it seems as if the elder lawyer, it seems, let me go here. It seems as if the stars from our community who are highly gifted, it seems that they don't think to actually connect with us until the paymasters turns on them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's right.
And when you get that notoriety, that's when you're supposed to realize what real famous is and begin to sacrifice to make sure you acquire the same fame as our king and recognize and be recognized for more than just your carnal talent. Healing our people. We're under assault. We're under eugenics. Tens of millions of our children have never seen the light of day, which is calculating. A political system that makes our people believe that it's a caveat or it's a right to get rid of our own children, while the stars idly stand by. No other people would allow a genocide of their own people if they have something to do about it, say about it, and if they have the finances to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to talk about this today. Fame, infamy. Our people who've acquired riches don't know the difference. Don't know the difference. And there's a few things I want to go into, right? Let's go here first. This is fair use for educational purposes only, and for religious purposes. We're not getting paid anything for this, but I need y'all to check this out. This was about, almost 2 decades ago, elder lawyer. Almost 2 decades ago, right? And PSAs like this were being ran on BET and other, I would say, rural entertainment. Not rural, but urban entertainment within our communities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me play this real quick, right? Let me get you here. And this is for fair use, educational purposes only, right? I need you to check this out, right? Warning to the stars. Years ago, when our people were getting genocided, racial profile being shook down in New York, right? Being frisked, right? They had the frisk law in New York. The same time, genocide was being perpetrated on us, where they were convincing our parents to actually deal with certain types of health care that, you know, that some could deem questionable, that was perpetrated on our children to some degree. At the same time, instead of looking out to heal our people, PSAs, we were watching PSAs like this. Fair use.
What's hot? Respect for people.
What's not hot is hating people because of their color or religion. What's not cool is anti-Semitism. It's a long word for racism. Anti-Semitism and racism are the same thing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Speak out against anything racist, any kind of bigotry, the minute you hear it. Let's fight all types of racism and anti-Semitism together.
Don't be silent. Remember, we are one. One voice.
We are one. See, we are one. That's Jay-Z, Elder Lawyer, and Russell Simmons. Doing PSAs aimed towards us saying stop anti-Semitism, as if we were the people speaking or coming against that block of people. Right? I need you to think about this. So here it is, Jay-Z, Russell Simmons, we're doing PSAs, stop anti-Semitism. Now, I don't believe in any type of hate, right? But let's unpack this real quick. Let's unpack this. I would think an Aryan race, a KKK or somebody like that you'd have their people with a PSA towards, you know, the KKK. But I digress. Here it is. They stood 2 toes down to protect the Jewish people. Okay, that's fine. Do what you will. But where was your PSAs to help your people?
Right.
Now soon, Jay-Z will be under the chopping block because they have every intention on taking away any generational wealth and disposable income that's in the hands of the stars, especially our people. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence now, right? If you go to YouTube, if only Russell Simmons knew. See, they get amongst these folks and believe they're safe. But now on YouTube, you can call it any type of tube you would like, but I'll call it YouTube right now. Right? You go to YouTube and you type in Russell Simmons, and what comes up? Russell Simmons breaks silence on allegations. Right? Just nothing but throwing him under with throwing him out to drown with no raft. Right? When you type it in, only thing it talks about is him spiraling out of control, allegations, all he have done wrong, or all he's allegedly have done to take away all that legacy and hard work. One of the founding fathers of hip hop. Look, Jay-Z and everyone else warning to the stars. Because what you have to think about, the fame elder lawyer, going back to the scripture, the real famous is why some folks wanted Christ dead.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The real famous comes without compromise. Yeah, I can do business with you, but not at the expense of my own people. Not at the expense of my own people. That means if I'm going to do business with you in this music business, I'm going to show my people in their greatest light. I'm a representation of their image. And I'm not going to compromise the image of my people for fame, for notoriety. You're not going to use me as a tool of self-destruction. Now, let me show you this. A few more here. Right? Go through a few more. Right? Russell Simmons, Jay-Z, all the other famous icons, if you will, in New York. You think they never seen Hebrews on the corner telling the world that we are the children of Israel? You think then, elder lawyer, you know they've seen that, right?
Most definite.
Now, how do I know they've seen it? Right? Years ago, at the Hit Factory, a few friends of mine were recording at the Hit Factory. Right? And at this time is when Barak Yard, Maurice Wiltshire had a deal with Dr. Dre's, with Interscope before it blew up or whatever. He was an artist under Interscope. And there's nothing I'm talking about that I didn't talk to him about first. So I'm free to talk about this. He's in New York at the Hit Factory, right? I'm a part of the writing team, and I'm a singer seeking to be an individual artist, right? And get my own deal or whatever the case might be. And him and a friend of mine, some friends, come back from New York after seeing Hebrews on the corner and said, Elder Ricard, I was Richard at that time, excuse me. Yo, Rich, I think there's something you need to see. Right? He says, we're the children of Israel. And I'm like, yeah, that's deep. Okay. I'm here. I'm trying to get a record deal. What's happening here? Well, what are you talking about, children of Israel? But to make a long story short, went down to Cheltenham Avenue, and there was some men dressed in what you would call look like Western regalia with, fringes on and chaps on, looked like they just jumped off a horse. It was spaceship. It looked like Funkadelic to me, a mixture of old West apparel and psychedelic, Funkadelic type thing as far as I can see, like someone just stepped off a spaceship. But all in all, that I was a young man in my early 20s and found out that I was Hebrew, right? But they were able to acquire this information by just visiting New York, on a trip to the Hit Factory. So if they was able to bring the information back that allow us to know that we're Hebrews, you think Jay-Z, you think Russell Simmons didn't know this? You think they never seen the Hebrews on the corners? Disturbing the peace, as the world would say? Interrupting the ether, right? So they knew. They know we're Hebrews. And I'm going to tell you, elder lawyer, all of them know. Jay-Z knows. P. Diddy knows. Right? They all know. If you ask them privately, they'll tell you, yeah, I know. But they're not, but they weren't but they weren't going to disrupt their business, understandably so. But with understanding your Hebrew or an Israelite comes what? Comes accountability, because there's a law of morality attached to these people. And I'm going to tell you, Elder Lawyer, even though the enemy only seen us as workers, it was because of that law of morality and our belief in God. It was through that, being the moral compass of the United States, is why the Most High, to every degree, to some degree, sustained us through chattel slavery and allowed us to multiply beyond control as it was in Egypt. It was through that moral compass the Most High allowed us to be protected for generations, folks, without the enemy seeking to utterly destroy us like he's doing now. But going back to the stars, Elder Lawyer, they knew. P. Diddy knows. But it usually doesn't come out until what? Until they're running to find some level of protection when the paymasters begin to turn on them.
Right.
That's when usually a lot of this start coming out, where they're willing to now side with the Hebrews. Now, I'm going to show this real quick. Just a piece of it. Right? And this is fair use, right? And I'm going to show a still, right? Because if I do it this way, then I'm not violating people's content out there. So I'm going to show a still for this, Elder Lawyer. Right? Where TMZ stepped to Kanye West not too long ago after the Super Bowl. Excuse me. I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to really go into this today. Right?
So I had to leave from those companies, and I was two months, I'm gonna just be honest with y'all, I was 2 months from going bankrupt.
Really?
And I put everything I had into it. We moved to Italy, we moved to the factories, and we survived. We survived through the cancellation. We're back #1.
Do you think the controversy helped you?
It wasn't about the controversy, it was about the ability to say how you felt out loud. And if I didn't have the various skill sets of music and clothing and the fan base, they would have been able to destroy me. But because we had all those skill sets, somehow I'm here inside of this universe, able to fight.
Well, you can't be destroyed.
Elder Lawyer, he says because he have the skill set of music, fashion, or what have you, if it wasn't for those gifts, that they would have been able to destroy him. Right? I need you to check this out.
Mm-hmm.
He said these skill sets is what help him overcome. Right? The paymasters who were seeking to bankrupt him. When it was our God who gave him the skill set. That's #1. #2. It goes back to a lot of these guys don't realize what their part is within society and how they're viewed. They don't understand. The gifts of your music, the gifts of your clothing line and your sneakers line, they only see you as someone whom they can utilize for merchandise. You were brought here to work for them.
Right.
And that's the uphill battle Kanye has been fighting. He don't understand. You can't say you're Hebrew or you know you're Israel and don't realize what your position is in business. And they're constantly reminding him without being crass, without actually just telling him, listen, okay, what you're getting is your portion. You were brought here to work for me. And that's what he's fighting against. Here's the reality. Here's a reality. They made you famous. And none of them, elder lawyer, want to accept that. Yeah, you have the gift. But it's their machine that made you famous. Now, do I agree with the machine? No, but I understand the machine based on the word. And the enemy understands our position according to a curse that was placed on us. That they can only allow us to excel, but so high, without losing their dominion. Listen to me and listen to me good. That means if you're going to do business with them, you must do business with them understanding, and I know this hurts a little bit, your place. There's nowhere in the Bible that stated that you would have a position to overthrow or be equal to your paymasters. They won't allow it. They won't allow it. A matter of fact, they'll only let you get so high, and that's a difference between the fame that Christ received and the righteous fame and infamy. Listen to me clearly. Here it is, elder lawyer. They'll only let you get to as high as they would like you to go. But guess what? They'll also be responsible for your fall. And that's the difference between God's fame and Satan's infamy. You have to become infamous to become an idol in this society. And that same infamy, the enemy collects a dossier to crash you back to the ground, back to the place from whence he got you, like a phoenix. A phoenix that have crashed to hell, to the ground. And this is the struggle that stars have. They lose their way and not realize it was the Most High who have gifted them. And the true gift is to use what the Most High have given you to free your people. And I'm going to talk about that, elder lawyer, because there was no greater man when it comes to popularity in ancient times than Moses. And it tells us what Moses had to sacrifice to become really famous. Okay. And we're going to talk about that at the tail end. And I'm going to need you to get that out of Hebrews a little later, elder lawyer.
Yes, sir.
That there's a responsibility that comes with popularity. And this is the warning to the stars. Hence the reason, elder lawyer, that when you actually make it in Satan's world, they won't allow you to go anywhere without handlers. Handlers. To make sure that you are within the construct of the business. And you're not supposed to use your fame like Moses, like Christ. You're not supposed to use it to benefit your own people. That's a law you're breaking by choosing to save your people. Listen, after you've signed to work for the other side. This is why they put handlers on you, to make sure that you stay in line, because they understand the power of your influence and what would happen if you decided to use that influence for your people. You'd have the power to free them, because why? They would listen. Now imagine if you began to speak, Elder Lawyer, with the boldness of the prophets, with all these gifts before thousands. Kanye. Something like that can change the world. You think they don't know this? Warning to the stars. Let's go back. Then I'm going to go into the reality, how we've always been viewed. And it doesn't matter the fact that we're in so-called 2024 right now, right? They don't view us any different than they viewed us coming off the ships.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to our value to them and how they view us. We were brought here to work. That's the only value they'll see in us, and how they can benefit from our work. And it doesn't matter whether or not you are a musician. It doesn't matter if you are a master architect. Okay? They'll never view us above workers. Okay? That's why they told what? LeBron, shut up and dribble. Right? And our people look at LeBron, as a quote unquote God to some degree. King James and all these others.
Mm-hmm.
And you have these other guys who don't have enough talent. They don't have enough strength in their whole body to do what LeBron can do with one finger. But they will sit back and say, listen, shut up and dribble. You're nothing more than entertainment. And that's humbling. But that's how they're viewed. Because that's no different than them pulling us off the ships. The strong guy they threw in a wrestling ring, and they begin to bet. And as this guy began to take people out, they would travel him like a circus from one state to the other, and made him a boxer, a prize boxer. Right? Folks, they have just changed. Believe it or not, folks, they have just dressed it all up, but it's the same view. And this is what the stars are struggling with. They're struggling with the reality of their existence without being content. Now, why did I say this? If I understand the construct according to God, that the Most High would send us to serve for a time before freeing us, I can operate them regardless of how they view me, right? And I could take my pay and do whatever I would like to do with it to help my people. Okay? But I would have to do it with, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, by doing business, but at the same time not compromising my morality. Because I understand the construct. Until Christ returns, these people will always have the dominion. So I'm not fighting against that. God put all these nations in dominion. From the Babylonian Assyrian Empire, the Persian Medo Empire, we went through that last week. From the Greeks to the Romans, it was our God. We lost the power for disobeying God. So I'm not going to fight against the dominion. right? But if I'm going to, we're in this world, we have to do business. So if I'm going to do business with you, I'm going to do business in respect of that scope, understanding the prophetic scope of where I stand and how far I can actually go. With the realization that if I'm going to serve my people and my God, that this connection with the world must be sacrificed. And guess what? I'm willing, and you must be willing to let it go. Because before the world seen your fame, it was God. It was the Most High who instilled that spirit in you to inspire, to create. And you must be willing to let it go and allow the Most High to shape you in his image, to be utilized and use the gift for what it was intended for in the beginning. Our people understood that these gifts inherently endued within us was given to us by our God to free our people. To help our people. Right? Let me go back here, Elder Lawyer. Warning to the stars. Fair use.
Thank you. Love you. Love you. I love all the people that support it. And you know what I'm saying? We needed to have something that was Apple level. You know, where's the Apple level? It's just me and my bro Elon. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Some of the streaming platforms.
And that's another thing. Kanye believes Elon Musk is his brother. A rude awakening. He'll soon receive a rude awakening on that too. He'll soon receive a rude awakening on that too. But I digress. I don't want to just, I'm not going to commentate on every point. Let me get directly to it.
Platforms removed you.
We number one.
Right.
We number one. Everything that they did only helped us. I like it. Remove us. I like simplification. Streaming platforms is bullshit to the artists anyway.
Fair use.
Spotify would give us $500 million between all of us and say, work it about amongst yourselves. I'm like, what? Well, what about Adele? What about Drake? What about Weeknd? What about Taylor Swift? What about me? They like, no. Doesn't matter how much any of y'all stream. Y'all got to work that $500 million. A $500 million? A $500 million? That's what streaming companies think of us as the musicians, and all the label owners just hand it over.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
We ain't on that, bro. As long as I breathe, I'm here for all of my artists, all of my peers, and all the people. People get in the way. That's what the market does. They get in the way. The diamonds are infinite, but people make a market out of it and try to charge more. They make diamonds our girl's best friend. You see what I'm saying? They make the Twix bigger. They're trying to make us fat. You know what I mean?
What do you have to say to people who resent your success based on some things you've said they disagree with?
That's the whole thing. They got the right to their opinion. I got the right to my opinion. You understand what I'm saying? We all have the rights to our opinions, but so many people will lose their jobs, lose their careers for taking the steps that we took. You know, we went down for like a year and a half. You know, people think that I got, kicked out of Adidas for the tweet. We were having problems before. They were stealing my designs. They still trying to sue me. It's like, get right.
Right.
Get right, be honest. Y'all gonna send me $100 million a year, then say that I misallocated the marketing. I was the marketing. Look at where y'all at now. Look at where we at right now. Y'all wanna play? Gonna have me nap on the board. These companies, Gap, Balenciaga, they just want to use the celebrities and have us be like the polo man on the top of the horse. And everybody knows, everybody felt what I felt. You know what I'm saying? I even said the apology and they still fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I said apology. Some of the stuff I was saying was true. So until y'all come up and say, yo, what he was saying, some of that was true, then go ahead with all that.
Do you take back any of the anti-Semitic stuff you might have said?
Black people.
Now listen to what I'm saying here. Excuse the language. I'm sorry about that. I should have edited that. But he says, do you take back any anti-Semitic rhetoric, the anti-Semitic things you've said? You notice they keep throwing that in there? So it's as if there's a ritual in which if you become famous, you have to do a PSA to side and say before the public, mentioning something towards our people, to not be anti-Semitic, or you're for that side. You notice that. So now it comes right back around where they said, do you apologize for your anti-Semitic words? Listen to this. Listen to this now.
All that.
Do you take back any of the anti-Semitic stuff you might have said?
Black people can't be anti-Semitic. We are Jew. You understand what I'm saying? We are Jew.
He says black people cannot be anti-Semitic, Elder Lawyer, because we are Judah, or from the tribe of Judah. Now, he's correct, right? Now, and I know a lot of people would celebrate that. Oh, man, the people know. Folks, they always knew. Right? But if he know that we are Israel, have he not read the curses? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine Moses having this conversation with the consul of Egypt of why they want to allow him to flex and become greater than Pharaoh in Egypt?
Right.
Can you imagine that? Nah. He's like, y'all got to go into the wilderness, right? I'm running things here. Right? I need y'all to think about this. How can you say you are a Jew and you're Semite for argument's sake and not realize that this battle against Jewish people is unattainable? Okay? Not that I'm for anything, but if you understand the construct of you being an Israelite, you would understand how the nations and how these same people view you. It starts off with how we came over, and they'll never see us as anything different. How do you know this? Now we're getting into, now we're going to scratch the surface here, right? Now we're going to scratch the surface. We were brought here to work. We were brought here to work. This is their view on us, right? Now let's start, Elder Lawyer, if you will, since Kanye said we are Israel. He cannot be anti-Semite because we are Shem or Semite. And you know what? He's correct. In the definition of being from the seed of Shem, I would be against myself if I was anti-Semitic, right? I'm from Shem. From Shem begat Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Jacob had what? 12 sons. And then you got Judah, which is the fourth son. All right? So yes, we are Shemites. So it's good for the argument, but now how do you now transfer that realistically? How do you transfer that in life to understand how to coexist with the people you're battling? And this is where he's making a mistake. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
If you are from Shem, Kanye West said he was, then we have to understand how the other nations view us, right? But let's start off with it from a famous viewpoint, right? When it comes to recognition. Let's go to the book of Hebrews real quick. Right? And let's talk about Moses. You can't find a more famous man than him in the Old Testament, right? Let's go to Hebrews 11, and I need you to read that with me real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. When Hebrews 11 and 23.
Hebrews 11, verse 23. Now guess what? Moses was a Hebrew. He was from Levi. And I know some people would say, well, he was Jewish. No, there was no such people as Jewish people. All right. Until the 3rd century, when the Idumeans under Hyrcanus, that's right, converted into Judaism. When there was hundreds of thousands of Edomites or white people converting. So when you hear about the patriarchs and you hear people say, well, yeah, Moses was Jewish. He wasn't Jewish. Moses was an Israelite from the tribe of Levi. Okay? Hebrews 11, verse 26. Let's read that, Elder Lawyer, if you will.
Sir, I started at 23.
Yes. Okay, let's get it. Yes.
Hebrews 11 and 23. By faith, Moses, when he was born, was hid 3 months of his parents because they saw he was a proper child, and they were not afraid of the king's commandment.
Come on.
By faith, when he was come to years,
now
refused.
Hold up. We at 24, right?
Yes, sir. Verse 24.
Yeah.
By faith, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son.
It says by faith. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
He refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. That means it doesn't matter the notoriety and respect he received amongst the elite of Egypt. He's like, no, let me make it clear. I represent my people. That's Moses stood on his people. Doesn't matter the circumstance. He didn't change himself and compromise his mission or the love of his people just because he was amongst the elite of the Egyptian government. And this is what happens when our people leave Goshen, which is the ghettos, to find themselves amongst the elite.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to understand their responsibility with success when it comes to their own people. There's a responsibility there. So Moses wasn't going to say, hey, I got it going on. I'm Prince of Egypt. I can rule many lands, and now nix my people in Goshen. Moses wasn't in Egypt talking about, yeah, we got to learn how to just play the game. You understand? I just want to be able to play the game. You know what I mean? And, he wasn't going to those Egyptian freak parties. And that's where the freak parties come from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me tell you, all on the walls of Egypt, it goes into Pepe and his homosexual relationships and all these other things. That's why when we left Egypt, the Most High gave us a law and say, well, listen, you've seen how they rolled up there in Egypt. You don't do that. Right? So these same parties, you got to understand that they're now coming down on P. Diddy with and all these others. These were the same freak parties in Egypt. Moses wasn't dealing with none of that. So if you're going to know you're a Hebrew, the brother's been speaking on the streets of New York forever. And guess what? P. Diddy and all of them have come by and dropped money in front while Cass was out there with our brothers out there with Mitris and all that, and just put their fists up. Decades ago, they would be down there, even if they didn't stay. There was a teaching right around the corner from the Hit Factory. They would still put money in it. But then you go amongst the elite and not realize there's a responsibility with it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other nations, how do they roll? They'll do business with you, even Jewish people. They'll do business with you and all of that. But they know there's a responsibility. They're representing the whole. Even though they'll do business with you, they go to the synagogues together. Their family come up and their communities together. They understand that there's an overall objective when it comes to the responsibility they have to the group. When Asians people come together, they Buddhists or whatever the case is, they come together, whatever they do, and they understand there's a responsibility to the group. And you don't got to disrespect someone else to know that there's a responsibility to your group.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I had to do this, warning to the stars, because I know a lot of them, even if it's for a moment, some of them run into our videos. They run into our videos. And some of them, you know, they think about it, and, you know, Elder Lord, don't think they don't. Sometimes they look inward and question how can they help our people without hurting their own urn. It's not as if they haven't thought about it.
Right. Absolutely.
Right? They think about it. Like, if I do this and they see I'm connected to this, you know, are they going to throw me away?
Mm-hmm.
They think about it. But now I thought that I would just roll out the scriptures. Right?
Mm-hmm.
By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. Hebrews 11:24. He wasn't going to now identify himself as an Egyptian and forget the struggle of his people just because what? He was famous, powerful. Right? Because at the end of the day, guess what? When the Egyptians have no use for him, eventually they would throw him back with his people anyway, knowing that he isn't them.
Mm-hmm.
See? These people never look at you any different than work. Now, of course, there's some relationships outside of just the work thing where, okay, there is some friendships and mutual respect that should be had that across race lines. That's a gimme. Not to say you don't have some real friends that aren't a part of anything. But when the rubber hits the road, I'm going to tell you, these people are for their group, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's supposed to be that way. And they're not willing to sacrifice their position with their group for us. They're not willing to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the mistake we make as stars or famous people within Babylon society. Let's read the 25th verse.
Yes, sir. 25. Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season.
A lot of people don't even know this is in the Bible. That Moses chose, that was a choice. Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. Folks, the world of sin chew you up and spit you out and then looks for the next so-called talented person to put on the wheel, to do the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to think about that, Elder Lawyer. I was coming up when Bill Cosby was untouchable.
Mm.
I mean, you would put on a sweater. I'm going to show you how powerful Bill Cosby was, young man, a little before your time. Let me tell you something. You'd have certain sweaters on it, and you'll walk down the street. Oh, that's a Bill Cosby sweater.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. They'll build you up to tear you down. And that's the difference between this world's fame and God's fame. Right? Because think about this. What will Moses always be remembered for? The parties he had in Egypt, or the parties he turned down if he would have chose that? Or freeing God's people and have the Most High standing up against what? The oppression of his people. Seeing the promised hand afar off over Jordan. See? He'll always be known for freeing his people and preferring his people first. And it doesn't mean you have to hate someone else.
Mm-hmm.
See, some people think that, yeah, if I choose this, I got to become some rogue person who just hate. Nah, you don't got to hate anyone else to love your own. See? I'm a firm believer of not hating anyone. It takes too much energy out of you to do so. I'm solution oriented, and any hate that I would actually extol against someone else, I'll turn that into the love that I'll utilize to help my people. I'd rather use that energy there. There's no better way to show love than to help our people as it was intended and commanded by Christ. Right? Let's go back, Elder Lawyer, 26.
Yes, sir, 26. Esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt.
Because Moses understood that his life at that time was temporal. But his spirit, what? Will live on. And that there was a what? There's a promise well beyond our current time in which we will actually benefit through immortality on earth. And the Most High showed him what truly being famous is. When our people are free without hurt. The Most High showed Moses the beginning and the end. He showed him at the end of this, our people celebrating in rulership, in power. After the judgment of this earth, it was all showed to Moses. And that's why he says, esteeming the reproach of Christ. He was willing to sacrifice his life like Christ would.
Mm-hmm.
And he's seen that as greater riches than the treasures in Egypt. You know why? Because anytime Egypt or Babylon turn on you, if they had a hand in you becoming rich, folks, they'll always find a way to take it back.
Right.
And that's what Kanye's experiencing right now. He says, listen, I was almost bankrupt. You know why? Because you sowed in this world and not in Christ's world. And those who, the benefactors of your talent in this world, the way they gave it to you, are able to take it back. But the riches that you sow in heaven, these people can't touch. So, you see what I'm saying? These people can't touch the riches in heaven. Esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
27. By faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king.
What verse are you at?
27.
By faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king. Read.
For he endured as seeing him who is invisible.
But Moses endured as seeing him who is invisible. And this is where we're going into next week. Read the 28th verse, Elder Lawyer.
28. Through faith he kept the Passover.
Through faith he kept the Passover. That invisible God who rules from the sides of the north, from the heavenly realm, who control all powers, which minister to this earth, folks. It was that God who sent forth the death angel for those who didn't obey. Put that blood on the door so that what? So the death angel can pass over. And those who didn't listen, including Pharaoh, lost their firstborn. See? And that's the power of believing in our God. If you're going to say you're from Shem, if you're going to say you're Hebrews and stake claim, you must now stake claim to this. Of the only way you can fight the powers of this earth is through your God. Huh? Huh? The only way you can fight the powers of this world is through the God of the Hebrews that you're claiming now, Kanye.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
See? You can't play both sides. Okay? You can't live your life trying to prove a point to them by disrespecting yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be married to a wife, right, you can't be out there embarrassing your home by having her out operating in harlotry, walking around with no clothes on. You can't now claim to be a Hebrew for the people when it's convenient for an argument, an anti-Semite argument.
Right.
And disrespect your own home by operating immorally with your woman running around with no clothes on. See? If you're going to know and claim to be Hebrew, and they all know and guess what? Now that the paymasters are taking them down to the lawyer, all of them, I'm sure they are reflecting. I believe they are reflecting on those interactions they had with Hebrews decades ago. And one thing I can say about this, and if they're actually watching, you noticed when Kyrie did the unthinkable by not saying anything wrong, Elder Lawyer, but posted some information that would have the world understand our true history as Hebrews. Right? He never said anything against any people publicly, not once.
Mm-hmm.
But you notice at the end of it all, he was able to stand with his head up. Right? Why? And others aren't looking at how Kyrie was able to make it through. He never fought against the powers. He never said anything negative against the powers. But he never did what? He never backed down on what was posted. He know we're Hebrews. And what the whole world seen is our people throughout the earth rallying to his defense without him having to reach out, without him having to say anything. Right? It was us who held him down to a degree where he can still make earn when most people would have been utterly destroyed by now. And guess what? That's what you get. That's the kind of love you get and receive when you operate without actually separating yourself from your people. Kyrie has never separated himself from us. And that's an example of a person who can actually do something, right? Who actually has a gift which would allow his family to have generational wealth. He's a perfect example that they should have looked at to take some cues from. Because under any other circumstance, that man would have been utterly destroyed. But the whole world of our people who are Hebrews came to his defense. And on top of that, our God stood with us, with him on the side of right, to let the whole world understand. We would put it out there, weren't we? We put it out there. Hold up. All he did was put up a post. You all have done way worse to us as a people without any lash, without any repercussion. So, you know what, Elder Lawyer, they pushed that away. They're like, listen, let's just push this away before, before other conversations arise. This thing is spiraling out of our media's control. Let them go ahead and work, and let's stop this conversation about the blacks in America being Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
But that show you the strength when you don't separate yourself from your people. Huh? Now, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to jump right here and I'm going to show this. Here's the reality of our purpose viewed by the paymasters, right? They'll never view us, I'm speaking of, as a whole outside of who we are under the curse. We lost our identity. They didn't. I've never met a rabbi that I've conversed with privately or publicly. I've never met one who denied, not once, who have denied the fact that we are the children of Israel. Whether I conversated with them publicly or privately, I've not had one rabbi state that the blacks in America aren't from the lost tribes of Israel. Not once. So obviously, they view us as Israelites, but as viewing us this way, they understand our place as of now, according to the curse. So when we seek to operate on the outside of that position, this is when they begin to flex their muscle, having the dominion. Even though their dominion is coming to an end, they still have the dominion nonetheless. And they'll always view us, knowing we're Israelites, as these people of the curse. So what have they done? They've set up a construct in the earth to monetarily benefit from those who are under the curse. So they set up their construct businesses knowing, okay, these people aren't going anywhere until their God take them out of this. So let me set up a business model to benefit from it. Right. All right? We're not going anywhere until God gets us out of this. And they know this. So they set their business construct accordingly. See? So this is what they recognize, knowing we are Hebrew. They'll never deny it. They'll never deny it. They know we're Israelites. I've had conversations publicly and privately with high-level rabbis. And guess what? There must be an oath amongst them not to say it publicly on media. Or just to not say it at all. Okay? Publicly. But privately, they'll tell you. If they come public, they have to throw in the Ethiopian thing. That's the only line they can use publicly. But privately, they'll tell you, oh, yeah, we know y'all Hebrew. We know y'all the Israelites. It's in Torah. We gave y'all the Torah. I had a rabbi tell me, yeah, you're Israel. But is it my fault your people don't follow the law? Don't blame me. Don't blame me. He says, listen, there's Orthodox Jews, there's Orthodox Jews, there's atheistic Jews, but we all keep Passover. Right? Whether we believe in the Torah or not, we keep Passover. And he says, well, listen, and I was on Peace FM with a rabbi, and he says, well, listen, is it my fault your people don't follow the law? So you have to understand, you can't blame these people for dealing under a construct that cannot be changed. They know that according to the same Torah they read, that there was a people who would go on a cargo slave ships, and they could benefit if they set their construct off of that. Hence the reason why they'll never help you but so far when it comes to their business model. Their business model is predicated off of Deuteronomy 28. It's predicated off of people. Listen, people being satisfied in servitude. Their whole somebody has to work for almost nothing. Somebody's going to have to work in which they can actually make a profit off of. That's just the model. So Deuteronomy 28, folks, is their blueprint. And this is what, I'm going to tell you, that's what Kanye and others are fighting against. They're fighting against the fact that these people are actually making a lot of money, rulership and dominion and all that, off of the curse. And he getting mad at the people. When we should be saying, well, hold up. Instead of getting mad at them, how do we get from up under the curse? Right? How do we as a people gain favor with the God who gave these other people dominion for a time? Right? Because I'm not going to change the position of the Gentiles who are in rulership. Right? Now, what must we do as a people to change our position as Israelites? Because it wasn't the Gentiles who put us in captivity, or it was our God who did it. He allowed them to do it. Why? Because our God, his word doesn't go out and come back void. He told us in Deuteronomy 28, if you begin to act like freaks and do all this atheistic, evil activity, paganism and sacrifice of the Gentiles, hey, if you're going to be like them, I might as well put you under them. If you're going to be down with me, you get everything. A matter of fact, if you follow my law, all the Gentiles of the earth will serve you. But if you break my law to become immoral, all these other nations who are weaker than you, your children will serve their children. So I don't care how many tantrums Kanye or anyone else throw out there about how they're being treated unfairly. Your problem isn't with them. Okay? Instead of dealing with your problem with them, you got to deal with our God's problem with us. And through that God, like Moses, that other guy out there who's harming us will get fixed. See? Elder Lawyer, real quick, let's go to Deuteronomy 28 real quick. Yes, we're going into the Passover next week. Boy, it's going to be a deep thing, but let's talk about this, right? Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to show you the construct the Gentiles set their business model around, right? And they'll never see us anything less than the curses we're under within Torah. They'll never do it. It'll never happen. Because, if you know you're Israel, then you know you broke the law and you're under a curse. So don't get mad at us. We just set up, here it is. We're getting mad because they set up the auction blocks and got paid off of it, right? But how do we get to the auction blocks? Disobedience. Mm-hmm. We start talking about the ships that they were able to build as merchants to actually transfer us all around the earth through the transatlantic slave trade. Even before that, Spain or what have you. Right? Yeah, we'll say, well, Jewish people own slave ships, this and the other. Yeah. But how were they able to set up that model and benefit from it? Because the Bible says if the Israelites didn't follow God's law, you would go in a cargo slave ships. Right?
Right.
So we're just pointing to them, not realizing, and that's the wrong way of viewing this, because it takes away from why the Most High put us in this condition in the first place. Mm-hmm. It takes away from the fact that only God could have allowed something like this to happen to us, And if we understand that, why not come back to him? Why not come back? Elder Lawyer, Deuteronomy 28 and 15. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28, verse 15.
Yeah.
But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
All these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So, folks, in the synagogue, they have Torah. You think they haven't read Deuteronomy 28? They read this in English and in Hebrew. So now they have the model to understand what to set up. Okay, God is about to do this to his people. We have to set the engine and the cities in place for this to go down. Right? Because God is not a man that he should lie. If he's going to do this to a people, then someone going to benefit from these curses. Right? See, and no one likes to view it this way, Elder Lawyer. You know why? Because if you view it this way, now it comes with self-accountability.
That's right.
Now it comes with us owning our stuff instead of always blaming things on other people. Right. How did Jewish people or white people get access to actually take advantage of our servitude? What did we do wrong with our God put us in the hands of these people? And then, if he put us in the hands of these people, how do we reverse the curse? See, if I take accountability at this point now, I can own up to how to get up out of this, because the same God who said how to get in it, how we would get in it, gave us a way out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Read.
Yes, sir. 15 again. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So all these curses, so if I'm another nation like the Edomites are or the Jewish people are, I'm like, well, okay then. All right. These people had a shot. And now they're under curse. Right? So the whole thing is, if I own Adidas, if I own this or I own that, right? I will never give this person power to control my company.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm on the other end of this. I'm not the people of the curse. I'm the benefactors of the curse. See? And that's how they're looking at it when they open up Torah. And this is why, Elder Lawyer, and I'm going to go there, this is why the music industry promotes and allow our people to promote and be represented through sin and debauchery. This is why they give you the engine to poison the minds of our people in the community. Because by doing so, it keeps the next generation under the curse. It's quite that simple. Right? Leor Cohen said on the Breakfast Club, when Charlemagne asked him, well, why do you promote something that you know with drugs and all these others that's going to harm our community? You know people are going to come down on you on that, Charlemagne said to Leor Cohen. He says, well, you know, I got to eat too. My family got to eat. That's what he said. Go look it up.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something spiritual to all of this because they've read Torah. They know this there. As long as our people do wrong and teach others to do wrong, these people will always have the benefit to set a model. They can set a model to benefit off of these curses. It's strictly business to them. So if you want to talk about killing your own people, yeah, they'll give you the machine for that. Because the Bible says thou shalt not murder. And now their children will rule over yours. Not because anything they're doing wrong, because our God said it. Our God said that if you do these things, I'm going to put a curse on you and these other nations will rule over you, where you will be screaming in the mall about how you're being dealt wrong when it comes to business. See? Read the 16th verse.
16. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field.
So you think they didn't read this in the synagogues and all that? Like, okay, then I'm gonna now set up a chain gang after slavery, where you do something wrong, you're working on a chain gang, build railroads, and you'll build our cities, and you'll be picking peas and cotton in our field. Folks, that's all they've ever seen us as, a workforce. It was through the Most High God that he blessed us to multiply beyond control. But they never seen us anything different than that. See? They've never seen us anything. They've never seen us outside of the curse. They're like, okay, let's build a construct where they'll build our cities. They'll be working in the field. They'll be picking our cotton and paving our roads. Because as long as they're under the curse, we can benefit. See? Read.
17.
Now check this out, Elder Lawyer. Read.
17. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store.
Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. What is this? Cursed be thy basket and thy store. A bank. This is where you store what you've saved. So you have one side who benefit and would have the bank, and you'll have another people in the earth who can't save, who's working just enough to survive, and that's not even enough. Think about that, right? Think about that. Elder Lawyer, what was that Jewish guy, that scammer that ended up getting serious time for scamming the it was like a stock market type Ponzi scheme. What's his name?
Was it the man, what was this guy's name? Was he involved with like JP Morgan or one of those banks?
Yeah.
What was this guy's name?
I know it.
I know somebody gonna say it in the chat.
I know it's an M. His name starts with an M. If y'all know him, somebody put his name in the chat. The guy.
Someone said Bernie. You know Bernie Madoff? Bernie
Madoff. That's it. Bernie Madoff, Elder Lawyer. Bernie Madoff. Now, why am I bringing up Bernie Madoff? The Bible says, cursed shall be thy basket in thy store. Right? He was scamming his own people. And you notice, think about this, folks. You notice, even though he was Jewish, right? They got him up out of the paint. They got him up out of there. Why? Because that was setting a precedent. That there's a law when it comes to how they operate with one another. And they had to make him an example so that if others, even on the outside of their people, think to do something against them, they have what? They have set a precedent. That according to Torah, now you can go, now if you go, you can go, whatever. If the Talmud, they can do whatever they want to do in the inner city or whatever the case is. But you're not going to do that amongst us. Why do I set that precedent? Because some people out there, Elder Lawyer, I've seen a guy, I think a woman, put in our chat, why do you always come at that scammer who probably not even a doctor and all this crap, this Umar Johnson guy from where I grew up, Philadelphia. And you know that in Philadelphia, no one really see him as, everyone understands he's a scammer in Philadelphia. You can only do this on the internet. And they wonder why I keep on pointing him out. And the reason why I keep pointing them out is because our people are suffering all together, and our people know that he's a thief. They know that he's a scammer. They know that he's been destroying our community. And he's doing it because he can. But if he was doing this amongst their people, he wouldn't have gotten to Bernie Madoff's level to do that. They would have been had him out of the paint. Because there's a law, there's a code amongst them. That you can do whatever you want somewhere else. But we have to set an example when you start scamming out your own people. That's why I wanted to use him as a to parallel that to how the Jewish people operate opposed to our people that have no law. Our people don't have a basket or store. Anything we've sent people. It was our hard-earned suffering money. Right? So when we say we're going to do something and someone give us something, we're supposed to do what? We are supposed to make sure they get that and more if necessary. And this is why I pulled him out, because he can go around and talk about relationships that he don't know nothing about. He can do frolic all online without any law according to God, because no one can hold him accountable. Because why? We've left off from a code. We've left off from a law. And Jewish people, they're not going for that. They're not going for that. There's a rule. How you deal with somebody else, okay, but you're not going to be all up in Manhattan and all this shaking our people down. You done broke code. But yet we'll have a guy just floating around the whole world destroying our people without any pushback. And this is why the enemy allows him, Elder Lawyer, to float around, because they know how damaging he is. If he was doing this to any other people, they would have been had him out of the paint. They'd have been moved him out of here. Unbelieving charlatan that's going around the earth destroying our people. Why? Because we're the people of the curse. It says, "Cursed shall be thy basket." No one want to hear about no relationships. No, our people just say, listen, I don't want to hear a darn thing from your mouth again. You are X'd until there's a school. I don't want to hear your opinions on nothing. No movie stars, no basketball players, no nothing. Your opinion is mud until you do what you said you was going to do. And until our people start holding each other accountable, you'll always have someone that's going to come through and destroy us from the inside. And that's why these enemies, the enemies of our people, allow him to just move around. This guy haven't paid taxes or nothing, but guess what? They're not going to put this guy in jail. Okay? Because it benefits them allowing him to operate and just break everything without any rules, without any accountability. Cursed be thy basket in thy store. Read. 18 of the lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 18. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, and the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
So the other people, they have the Torah. So they would set everything up to understand that cursed be the fruit of our body, which means they'll benefit from our children more than we will.
Mm-hmm.
Because what? When our children get old enough, we go to their schools and we do what? We join their workforce and work for them. And they have never seen us anything outside of this curse. Their children don't go to school to come work for us. That's what a curse is. See? And that's why when anybody, Israelite, whether you be a Gentile, elder lawyer, we don't care who you are. When you come amongst us, it's going to be equitable according to the law, and we're going to know what's your purpose for this mission. We're not going to let nobody just come in and pillage and benefit from the network as if we're some regular church. No, we don't roll like that. You got to come through and be proven. And whether you're black, whether you're an Israelite, or whether you're white. Doesn't matter. And this is how we do what? This is how we begin to move from the curse. Where the standards are set from this side. Right? We weren't born to just financially aggrandize and benefit other people. That's a cursed people. And this is why I'm not down with symbolism and someone, giving me, some symbolic gesture to make me feel like, yeah, that's good that we showing black people. I'm not into that at all. We set the standard now. We have the right to do so. Right? That's how you reverse the curse. Right? Well, no. It's about you giving. You bringing forth and building the kingdom without taking. That's how you reverse the curse. Curse be the fruit of thy body and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind and the flocks of thy sheep. So these other people looked at the Torah and said, you know what? We're going to set the model to financially benefit from the people who are suffering these curses. It's really that cut and dry. Right? Let's go down to the 68th verse of the lawyer. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. And before we go there, verse 48.
48, yes, sir. Let's get it here. Thank you.
Yep.
48, thank you, other lawyer. Read it.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28 and 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things.
Now, before we go to the yoke in the neck, here's the curse. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies for disobeying me. This is what God said to us, Israelites, from the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, right? All of us, the 12 tribes, right? Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemy, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in the want of all things. Right? And the lawyer, guess what? The merchants set up stores. And our people are complaining, man, we need Walmart.
Right.
Are we not the people of the curse? They're gonna shut down Target, and where are we gonna eat? Where are we gonna get our clothes? We need Walmart. You notice this? All around the United States, you hear about our people complaining about them shutting down the stores.
Right.
Think about it. So guess what? These others knew that we would what? Serve the enemy, which the Lord sent against us in hunger and thirst. We would be at the behest of our enemies for our daily bread. They would own the stores. They would own the clothing. And listen to this, Kanye, if you're listening, and in nakedness, which means they would be over the fashion industry when it comes to clothing and sneakers. Right. And they're not going to relegate that to you regardless of your designs. It's against the agreement. They'll always see us as the people that we must come to them to survive based on this curse. So they'll work that machine that way, and then they'll work it on the other end and use the music industry to promote sin and debauchery in the community so that the cycle of the curse continues. So if you got influence, if you have influence as a star, It's your position as Moses or anyone who had recognition in the Bible to reverse it by being the contrary of what they've used you for.
Mm-hmm.
See? And use your notoriety to bring forth Jacob and to instill righteousness and virtue within the earth. That's your position with notoriety. It comes with responsibility. Right? And let's go to the 68th verse, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
That's bondage. A second time by the means of what? Ships. And the Lord shall bring thee into bondage, Egypt, again by the means of ships. So we can't get mad at Jewish people or any other people having slave ships. Okay? They set the model knowing that our people would go into servitude for disobeying God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Someone had to do it. So our question is, are we going to get mad at those who are the benefactors of our curse, or are we going to turn to the God who made the curse to undo it? See? Think about this for a moment. That's where the slaves, you think they don't know who we are? Of course they know who we are. But they understand the agreement. They understand the laws when it comes to our God. If we disobey, they'll have the machine to continue to curse us. Period. And we have a choice on whether or not we want to, whether or not we would like to actually put what destroys our image on their machine. Right? That's the power we have. The power we have to stand up and say, well, nah, we will not be misrepresented anymore in our communities. Think about this, folks, and allow them to exploit the ignorance of our people. Right? Let me show something real quick. So this is how they will always see us, folks. Let me show you this. This is how they'll always see us. Right? On their machine. There's a reason. I want y'all to see this. And I'm not gonna show all of this, right? Only a few things. Here. Why do you think right now this is how they promote our sisters? Right? Think about this. Out of all the people they can utilize to show forth a righteous image, because there's some good sisters with virtue and modest and have gifts and talents, but why do you think hey folks, I'm gonna hit you with a twist because it's not what you all think. I'm gonna show you where I'm going. Why do you think they want to promote this circus? Right? Look at this. Why do you think, here it is, no thanks. Why do you think they want to promote us as, through their media, as defeated, compromised, defeated, soft men? Well, folks, I'm going to drop this on y'all real quick. I'm going to bring you back in a second, Elder Lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Sisters. Then I'm going to go to the brothers. Sisters. They never seen you let me tell you, they never seen you in our society, in America, or any place we were taken in captivity, outside of when the Bible says in Deuteronomy 28 that you will be betrothed to another. You will be betrothed to your husband, and another man will lay with you. Right? So we started multiplying in the South, Elder Lawyer. Let me drop it up. Let me give you a quick history lesson. In the 1800s, we started multiplying beyond control. Now, here's the problem. When the plantation owners' women would begin to age, they begin to age past 30 or 40. There was what? There was just an innumerable number of beautiful black young girls who worked every day, strong, virile, right? They had to stay in shape because they worked. And then they were seamstress in the house. Folks, it's all in this book too. The Negro in the New World by Sir Harry. This is an 1800 book, and I reprinted it, and I'm going to pull some of this out in the academy. But it's all in the book. So when the plantation wife started aging out, brothers and sisters, the plantation owner and others, the high elite, couldn't take their eyes off of these beautiful, black, virile, shapely women. And there was a serious jealousy amongst the white women. Listen to what I'm telling you. Their bodies couldn't compete. To a degree, listen to me clearly, to a degree where there was a law in place. There was a law in 1669. Check out this law, brothers and sisters, right? Virginia slave codes made in parallel to those in Barbados, with individual laws starting in 1667 and a comprehensive slave code passed in 1705. In 1667, the Virginia House of Burgess enacted a law which didn't recognize the conversion of African Americans to Christianity, despite baptisms in 1669. Virginia enacted an act about what? An act about the casual killing of slaves. Listen to me good. Virginia enacted the casual killing of slaves, which declared that masters who killed slaves deemed resistant were exempt from felony charges. And in 1670, they enacted a law prohibiting free Africans from purchasing servants who weren't also African in 1680. A lot of you may have never heard of the casual killing law. The casual killing law. It's in this book here. Now think about this, folks. These sisters are working. Shapely, beautiful, natural. The white women, not only that, they're gifted singers, seamstress, making dresses and all these things. Right? White women are beginning to age out, and the plantation owners and all the elite cannot keep their eyes off of these beautiful young black girls. And guess what? Under the casual killing law, when a plantation owner really was falling in love with a sister before he got a chance to, and she found that out, you know what she would do? Miss Ann would tell him, How you doing, Sophie? How you doing, Sophia? I need you to go out and just grab me something from the line real quick out there in the bushes near the line. And just grab me some. Matter of fact, go get me some fruit and bring me some fruit in real quick. The girl would run behind the bushes, and the plantation, the jealous woman, the white woman, would get her ambushed, and she would die under the casual killing law. Only for her to sit back and he's like, well, what? Hey, what happened to Sophie? What happened to her? That girl tried to escape. That girl tried to escape, and folks, that was happening. That was happening. So now, think about this. We were multiplying like nothing. I mean, we were just having children all over the place, folks. And a lot of those women in the South, and I need to talk about this even more, seen our sisters as a threat to take their elite men. You know what happened with Mr. Jefferson in Philadelphia? He ended up having a few children with them in Philadelphia. So the white women who weren't having children at the same rate were afraid of the elite men actually marrying and dealing with sisters that all in the South. White women had a problem with that. You can do anything, but you're not going to take their men, folks. So they worked for a long time, folks, within society with feminism and all of that, so that they can attempt to make an uncomely, unattractive model of the only threat they deemed in the United States, the black woman. We must work to make her uncomely so that our men don't choose them over us. And that was an underlying thing in feminism that no one talks about. If we make them unattractive, right? Now there's no worry. Now we become the standard of beauty because we've convinced them into becoming unattractive. Now there is no threat of them stealing our men. A matter of fact, we're going to reverse it. Where there's a lack of good men amongst our men, we'll work to make their women uncomely, so to have the elite that comes from out of their community, and they'll choose us over the women we convinced to become less attractive. That's the maniacal, evil, diabolical plans they had since slavery, folks, because sisters work in the field and everyone was in shape, was a threat to their power. The elite plantation men couldn't even think about any woman outside of those women who was working around them. And this is why they put this particular image out there to promote it amongst our sisters as the norm, which is unhealthy. See? They have worked to tear down our sisters' self-esteem so that they can become undesirable, so to not have the elite of their men choose our sisters. It's in the book. One other thing I wanted to put out there real quick. Hold up. I need y'all to check this out because I took this from, right? Yeah, folks, a lot of y'all don't know about this law. It was called the casual killing law. It was a casual killing law where they can get away with doing anything as long as they came up with a good enough reason. The casual killing law, it was on the book, 1669. Look it up. Because, man, and not only that, our sisters was natural, they were humble, they were submissive, and absolutely gorgeous and spiritual. So these young girls were a threat to Miss Ann. And Miss Ann would say, listen, girl, go get some oranges real quick and get her ambushed, and they'll go bury her somewhere because that was a threat to her urn. This was going on all in the South, folks. This is why they use the music business and others. And I'm going to tell you, to make sure they give a negative image of our sisters and place a negative image of her on the machine. Let me read this real quick. I was informed, now this happened in Cuba, right? I took this out of the book. I was informed by every resident of or official whom I questioned that case of Negro assaults on white women were practically unknown in Cuba. Right? And it says, but on the other hand, young colored Negro women and girls were never safe. Look at this. Negro women and girls were never safe with men of their own race. And it was speaking of also the other races, that rape or independent assault was the commonest charge which Negroes were arraigned. But further inquiry elicited that those attacks were generally made by young unmarried men or young unmarried women, were in fact a rough and ready courtship, which we be more frequently followed by a formal marriage were it not for that marriage fees. This is where the marriage license came in at. They started making marriage licenses, but when you break it down and go, I don't got the time to go all the way to it, but folks, they were committing crimes against our sisters and blaming it on brothers, and then the woman would end up having these mulatto children and all that. They were doing all types of stuff to our sisters have been under psychological assault since we came into America. Psychological assault. Why am I bringing this out right now? I'm bringing this out because warning to the stars, folks. Jay-Z and all these others, money ain't a thing. Showing them throwing money up. Luke, who came from the islands in Florida, started dealing with all that straight debauchery on stage that happened during the late 90s. I mean, the mid 90s, going into the 2000s, where it was about what? It was about just straight debauchery and fornication. And guess what? That's when they begin to promote us as less than a people throughout the earth. And who had a hand in this? P. Diddy, all of these, Jay-Z, right? So here it is. The business was able to use these people to actually destroy anything wholesome left within our people. Think about this. After all we suffered through chattel slavery under the curse, they're going to now set themselves in position to be utilized by the enemy in promoting our people anything less than God's people, but won't take ownership with that. I've never seen any of these guys go public with NWA saying that they're going to shoot people and kill their own brothers and sell drugs to their own brothers. I've never seen any of them come public and apologize to what they've done with the influence of their music. I never seen Jay-Z. Money ain't a thing, and showing our women on yachts and all these others, halfway clothed and all that, being shown as harlots publicly. I never seen him come to apologize to us and to what they've done to our community. Right? I've never seen them apologize, but guess what? They don't have no problem stating publicly what side they're on.
What's hot? Respect for people.
What's not hot is hating people because of their color or religion. What's not cool is anti-Semitism. It's a long word for racism. Anti-Semitism and racism are the same thing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Speak out against anything racist, any kind of bigotry, the minute you hear it. Let's fight all types of racism and anti-Semitism together.
Don't be silent. Remember, we are one. One voice.
We are one. They'll come out to protect other people when it comes to ethnic hate. But yet to use as tools to show our people under a curse as a cursed people, only incinerating our God even more against the children in our community. Right? Sexy Red, Sukiana, right? What about the anti-Semitism that's being executed against us in destroying our image? Where's that PSA? Warning to the stars. One other thing I wanted to show before I end real quick. This was 7 years ago. You notice? Right now, Puff Daddy is under fire. They're seeking to destroy him without hand. I'll leave it here. Fair use. For educational purposes only. Okay? Fair use. Seven years ago.
You know, I'm going to be announcing something, very big if they don't stand up and talk about how things are going to change for the voting blocks that they're going for, that'll put them in office. They need the African American voting bloc, the Latino voting bloc, and they're not bringing up the issues, and they're not making strong enough commitments for our votes. So we have to be undecided, we have to hold our votes, and we have to just hear what they have to say. And tomorrow, if they don't talk about what they're going to do for our communities that are in such dire service, that we're going to have something to say about that will kind of teach and educate from my perspective of, starting Vote or Die and being involved in how I'm disenfranchised with not seeing enough attention to a voting bloc that is just kind of guaranteed. People count their votes without dealing with their issues. So we can't guarantee anybody, Hillary Clinton, to vote. We can't guarantee Donald Trump to vote. We have to make sure that they're talking about our issues. That's how the game is played. We're going to make the difference, and we're going to be educating people. But we hope that they recognize it and they speak on it, so we're going to see. But if not, there's something that's going to be done more powerful than vote or die.
See that? Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you ever seen that, but before Trump became president the first time, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, issued a threat. He said, unless somebody going to do something for our people, he's going to have to make a change. So he wasn't committing to Hillary or Trump. I believe they got the wheels turning on Puffy at that time. He said, you're going to have to do something for our people. Folks, you would rarely hear this. This is when the conversation started to be had concerning how the Democrat Party have always destroyed our people. But this is what Puffy didn't understand at that time. You can't take a stand in the middle. You can't do it.
Right.
You can't receive all the riches and powers of this world from the machine. And once you've acquired the wealth, turn on the machine. You can't issue a threat. One thing about power, listen to this. The last thing someone that has wisdom and understanding power is that you never let the enemy know in advance what your plans are. Okay? Now, they didn't understand exactly what he was going to do, but they knew based on his rhetoric, he isn't willing to toe the company line. And that's what these brothers who are stars and sisters who are put in position, that's what you're there for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're there for. You can't now not have a decision on what side you stand. You can't now say publicly that you stand with your people and then threaten us concerning what you're going to do if we... Hold on. Let me get this real quick. 1 second. Let me get it back here. Hold on. 1 second, folks. Let me get this here. One second, folks. Okay, this is deep. 1 second, the lawyer. All right?
Yes, sir.
It went off for a second. 1 second. That's deep. Interesting. One second, folks. I'm not going to start up a new one, so I need y'all to stick with me. One second. This was deep, Elder Lawyer. This thing just went blank. Hey, we must be hitting some buttons here. Yeah, Elder Lawyer, going back into this, right? Hope you all can see me. 1 second. There you go. We're back. We must be pushing some buttons here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elder Lawyer, you're still there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent, excellent. What I was saying, Elder Lawyer, is that you cannot make a claim that you're not going to support either side after the Democrat Party have already established vote or die to get our people to support the Democrat company line using the celebrities within our communities, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So here we go. Sean Puffy Combs started putting out some threats. Let's hear it once more. Fair use.
You know, I'm going to be announcing something that, you know, very big if they don't stand up and talk about how things are going to change for the voting blocks that they're going for, that'll put them in office. They need the African American voting bloc, the Latino voting bloc, and they're not bringing up the issues, and they're not making strong enough commitments for our votes. So
see what Sean Puffy Combs didn't understand before Trump was voted in, that you're supposed to be for exactly what they put you there for. Right? You're supposed to be for LGBTQ rights, stop anti-Semitism. You're supposed to be there for open borders so that our people can be replaced. You're supposed to be there for what they call reproductive health care, which is getting rid of our children. You're supposed to get up and dance, okay, and promote the debauchery, which in essence leave our people under a generational curse. You're entertainment. And they don't see you anything less than that. Or, I'll tell you what, go sell the vodka. Right? Go sell the vodka. Right? This is Associated Press, fair use. Right? Go sell the vodka or whatever the case might be. Get your people drunk. Go entertain. Okay? Now, ever since that happened, as you can see, Russell Simmons, all them on down, who said stop anti-Semitism, are between the crosshairs. Right? You can't type Russell Simmons' name in YouTube right here without something coming up in scandal. Vlad TV. Russell Simmons looks guilty. See this? It was Russell Simmons who years ago said, stop anti-Semitism. See? You go to YouTube, you type in P. Diddy, and look, you can't get nothing but what? Explosive lawsuit. Right? Look, on and on and on. Who do you think behind tearing them down? The same people, Elder Lawyer, who built them up.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Look at this. It's a shame. Right? Look, you go here, it says the end of Diddy. Now, personally, I feel for all of our people. I feel for those who got lost operating on that side. Okay? So I'm not like some of these people who are going to be on this side and says, well, this is what they get. This is what, nah.
Right.
No. They still have something that's worth their weight in gold, and it's more than what the enemy can take. They still have the blood of Israel through our God running through their veins. And they still have opportunity for repentance. And I firmly believe that they can still use their popularity that the Most High have given them, even in this world, for good. So I'm not here to bury our own people. My own people. I'm not here for that. I'm here to let them know that there's still an opportunity. The same opportunity Christ has given us all.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The enemy have always, brothers and sisters, used who they could to destroy our people in order to keep us under a curse. They've always done that. But when P. Diddy says it's a new day and all that, no, he wasn't supposed to say that publicly. And understand, if you're going to do something, you have to make sure that it's right with your people, so that what? So you'll have a soft place to land when they no longer have anything to do with you. Look at Sam Cooke, look at Muhammad Ali, look at all these people who had this wide fame, but what preceded them, what came before them, was first the cause and love for their people. And it has to be, a moral line must be drawn. A moral line must be drawn where there's class, that we're promoted under the regal image the Most High intended. And if you have the power to do so, make it happen. Fall to your knees, repent, ask Christ, ask the Most High to forgive you. Allah can't do nothing for you. Ask Christ to forgive you. And I'll tell you, our people are a forgiven people. Stand on the right side. You've chosen the dark side, and guess what, folks? They're trying to run this man into the grave. All of them. They built them up to destroy them. So I'm not here to dance on top of these brothers who has fallen. I'm here to say that there's opportunity. Opportunity. They built all of their, I would say, their star is up. I have to watch what I say here. They built all of these people up only to tear them down. They don't care about Lizzo. They don't care about Nas X. They don't care, Elder Lawyer, about P. Diddy. They don't care about Russell Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't care about Whitney Houston. They don't care about Michael Jackson. They didn't care about Prince.
Right.
All of these brothers and sisters with God-given talent, whom the machine exploited, knowing that we're the people of the curse. So how do they overcome this? Elder Lawyer, we can end it with Hebrews and open up the lines. And if you have anything to say, we can do that. Let's go back to Moses. Let's go Let's go back right back to where we were.
Yes, sir. Hebrews 11 and 23.
And I'm going to say this. Brothers and sisters, it's upon us to take back our image. I'm looking at this book here, The Negro in the New World by Sir Harry. Look at this book here. Look how big this thing is. They tried everything to break us, and we're still here by the grace of the Almighty. They tried everything to break the will and confidence of our women to make them insecure. Only because the threat our sisters had with the elite of their own people chasing our women in slavery. They did everything to make our women undesirable and not love what they see in the mirror, because if you don't like what you look like, then they don't have to fear their man choosing you. Okay, it's in the book how they were doing this. And these sisters weren't doing their hair. They didn't have all of the luxury of what we see right now, which is the natural beauty that all men desired. And the white women seen these sisters as a threat. It's time for us to own who we are and love what the Most High have made. And if that's not good enough for the world, so be it. And take pride, sisters, in your natural beauty. In your natural beauty, I'm going to tell you. And brothers must what? Brothers must man up. Brothers must man up, because let me tell you, even if they haven't turned men all the way to what we see here in Nas X, right? Even if they haven't turned brothers all the way, the sensitivities of young men who aren't homosexual. I'm going to repeat that again. The sensitivities of young men who aren't homosexuals is not too far from this. Weak and oversensitive. Folks, they were buck breaking us coming off the ships. The only thing that they've ever seen us for was work, and outside of work, entertainment. The people of the curse. And they had a finite time to take full advantage to financially aggrandize themselves off of the curse of Israel. And we must, and I don't expect the enemy to portray us any differently. It's up to our people to change the image and change how we're viewed. And it's in the power, and it's in our power, to do so. Hold on, who we got here? Gotcha. Let me bring in my brother. Hold on, Elder Lawyer. You can stay right there. I think I can bring his video in here. I must have struck a chord. God just like, can I please come in? Oh, yeah, my brother. Passover coming too. Let's do it. Right? All right, God, I'm pulling in your Skype now. Hold on. Let me see. Gaja. Okay, Gaja. Where's your video?
It's right here. Can you see me?
Oh, brother Elder Gaja.
How you doing?
How you doing, my brother? What say you? I'm going to move Lawyer over just for a second. Lawyer, if you got something, you can bring it out in a minute, because I know I got Hebrews, but let me see what Gaja has to say real quick, if you will.
And
yes, sir.
Elder, just listening into this, like you said, it struck a chord. You know, you're seeing it. The attack is full on, with the attacking from men, the woman, the child, the attack is on. And we said this years ago that the celebrities them going to be the driving force in how them using the attack. But you see monkey do monkey. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's not just within the confines of America. I'm seeing it here in the Caribbean. I'm seeing it in the UK. It's the same blueprint plan that they're using at everybody. You understand? And the minute they can't use you anymore, you are now demonized. You understand? And that's what it is. We see, I'm not defending anybody, whatever. If anybody has done anything wrong, then yeah, they must suffer the consequences of what they did. Own up to it. We see the demonizing of certain entertainers and how they use that once they were no longer able to use them. A few years ago, Lauryn Hill came to the UK, and she was performing her music to a different track. She never owned she never owned the music behind her songs, and she had to perform her entire set on a different track. And I remember she came out a bit and was speaking up to the awakening of the people, and they shut her. You don't even hear from her anymore.
Lauryn Hill, exactly.
Yeah, Lauryn Hill, and it's the same thing we see repetitively. I don't know if you saw that interview. Well, probably most have seen it. The Cat Williams interview. That 50 million hits.
Oh yeah, he broke the internet, right?
Yeah,
Cat
he
Williams?
did.
Yeah.
He came out and he said a lot of things that's going on within the industry, and we saw Monique. She came on as well, and she had a back and forth with Steve Harvey from before. And I remember there's a video out there with Steve Harvey going before the integrity game. This is we in the money game. So this brother here willing to sell out. This brother willing to disregard anything to do with integrity over money. You with me? And I'm like, yo, does this?
Well, Elder God, if I know anything, after watching what they have done to the greatest of our talented people who are Israel, it won't be too long before it's Steve Harvey's turn, unfortunately. It won't be too long before it's his turn to get ran through the mill. But go on.
Yeah, man. So it's just it's what they're using. Every demography of people that they approach to for votes to come into election. I mean, Jamaica having elections going on right now, and it's the same thing. Nobody is saying what it is that we want as a community of people, as a demography of people. Politicians come and then they play. I'd have to send it to you so you can see to understand for the culture of the people. You see the politicians come out and him act as if him one of the locals. Him come in and him play some music and dance and wear a certain type of shoes, and the people go, yeah man, yeah, we want him, we're going to vote for him, and that's what they vote on. It's like I see something where Joe Biden talking about, okay, if you're not black, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And we're gonna have some chicken, eat some chicken. It's like, yo, come on. It's the same narrative, it's the same thing that the people them using and the people them right through. Nobody's saying, yo, listen, this is what we need. We need water, we need proper roads, we need education, we need you to come out of our lives. We need no vaccines. Nobody is saying none of these things. And then every time somebody come up and say something, then we know that the time coming for them. It's gonna happen for them. So, like I said, this one here sparked me here. I'm sat down listening and say, let me come in and jump in on this. You with me? I had some stuff written down and just, it sparked me, this conversation here. So, because I'm seeing it real time in front of me right now. And I tell you what, man, people actually hate you for talking against the system like that. The cipher mentality is real amongst our people. That they don't want to hear it. You understand me? They don't want to hear that. Yo, listen, you are being used, and the minute there's no more use for you, then you're going to be spat out and demonized. So it's like you have to choose your side. You have to pick a side right now. Who you going to? What are you? Are you part of the beast? Understand? It's like you say, you can't be in the middle of it and make a choice. You know? You have to be either you're hot or you're cold. Anything else going to get spot out.
Well, here's a question I have, Elder Gadja.
Right.
They have seen what happened to Sam Cooke, right? They have seen what happened not just to Sam Cooke, Otis Redding, Jimi Hendrix, Michael Jackson, right? Whitney Houston, Prince. What is it about? Just name it. Bill Cosby. I mean, what is it about them that makes them believe that they are above reproach? If this can happen to Michael Jackson, to get ostracized by the same people he financially grandized, no one's safe. I need you to think about this.
Right.
And I believe Oprah believes she's safe. When the examples that have been shown proves they don't leave any of these so-called stars from our community unscathed.
Elder, check this out.
I'm saying, but what do you think they believe? You think they believe Jay-Z and all these others? Well, it happened to others, but this can't possibly happen to me.
Well, I think this is the thing, Elder. I think some people have known. All right. There was a president one time in Africa, in Zimbabwe, called Robert Mugabe.
Yeah.
Right? Robert Mugabe is actually Sir Robert Mugabe, meaning he's a member of the British Empire. Sir, he was knighted Sir Robert Mugabe.
Okay.
Robert Mugabe was the British puppet, right? He was the British puppet in Africa until he said no. So all of these guys right now are puppets until they say no. So everything will go on fine for them, and I believe in it. Your Steve Harvey's, your Oprah Winfrey's, everything is going to go on fine for them until they say no. Bill Cosby, from what I'm hearing, had some land that they wanted to buy because oil on it, and he refused to sell it. And that led down to what went on with him. R. Kelly gone broke, asking for his royalties. That what happened to him. Michael Jackson, same thing with Sony, same thing with Prince. Every time they say no, this is what happens. You understand? And check this out. In the Caribbean, a few years ago, about 10 years ago, you know, there was a billionaire called Alan Stanford, right? Alan Stanford came back into the West Indies and started to pump money into cricket. Cricket is the only sport within the Caribbean that is played by all the islands. Everybody said that's the only thing that they do together is cricket. And in the 70s, the West Indies cricket team was unbeaten for 15 years from I think 1979 all the way to 1995. 15, 16 years they were unbeaten. And what that did for the Caribbean people at the time, it brought back pride, it brought back culture, it brought back a lot of things for them. They were, they spoke against the oppression. In the same period of time, you had people like Bob Marley coming up, talking about, I shot the sheriff. You know what happened to Bob Marley? Bob Marley, they killed Bob Marley. They said Bob Marley had cancer. The lifestyle that Bob Marley was living with health-wise and all that, there's no way he could have cancer. Okay? They destroyed the West Indies team, and then this billionaire comes along and says, I'm going to pump money into this team. Right? He kept a tournament with the British cricket team and the West Indies cricket team, and he gave the winning team got $20 million US. No sooner after he did that, they brought up fraud charges against him. He's now in prison. So anything that comes out, right, comes out for the people that is going to galvanize the people then, right? Once, like you said earlier, once you have taken the money from that system, once they have bought you, sponsored you, then they are going to come back and take what they have given to you. And that is why nobody from within the system can speak on the system. You have to be on the outskirts. We don't want your sponsorship. We don't want your funding. We are independent. Because the minute you take the bag from them, that is the time them is going to come after you. If you preaching a message about unity and all that. So if Oprah and all of these other people stay where they are as the puppets, leading the people them down into that zone that they are paid to do, then they have nothing to worry about. What is going to worry them is if they change their mind from that. And then the man them going to say, all right, listen, time to go. You have to go now.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm looking at what's going on in Ghana right now. And I'm looking at they're trying to really push. I'm going to put it here real quick. Ghana's parliament passes anti-LGBTQ bill. And the president is still hesitant on getting this thing pushed quickly through, to be signed as law. Knowing that this is a compromise on culture. This is what they're trying to do is destabilize Africa or Ghana like they've done America. This is social warfare, and Ghana is standing up, right? So
yeah, man, the African leaders. One thing I like about them is most of them, if not all of them, are saying no to the LGBT.
Yeah,
they're saying no because it's political suicide. You understand me? If they do that, if they legalize it, then that's it for them. You with me? But as we know, corruption, and we know that the American government, two presidents and a vice president have been over there in negotiations with that. They went to Uganda, and Uganda said, "Yo, get the hell out of here with that." Uganda said that went as far to say, "Listen, what does homosexual lifestyle have to do with anything in business? We here to talk business and make money. We're not here to talk about that."
Okay.
So this is not even up for discussion. You understand me? But Ghana, what I noticed when I was in Ghana, right? Ghana is trying to be the Babylon of Africa.
They're trying to play the middle more so. And eventually, if they'll get turned before the other countries, especially with what's going on over in Accra right now. Accra has become the Babylon, like the Atlanta area of Ghana right now. So, yeah,
they were pushing for that. When I was there, I noticed that because everywhere else, and it was good on certain aspects, because we felt safe in Ghana. I never felt anything of crime or anything. I was in the streets till late. I had my phone outside of the car, taking pictures, and there's places in Kingston I would never do that. I'd lose my phone. So we felt safe in Ghana, but it did have that vibe that it was trying to be Babylon. It was trying to get Babylon, become a Babylonian state like that. But the African leaders, them in general, most of them are against the LGBTQ. And the Biden administration right now is a political corpse. So I can't see them putting any pressure on them. Plus, a lot of the African countries are siding with Russia. So Putin has more talk in Africa right now than the African than say the Western side of it anyway. Do you understand?
Okay.
Putin, Putin control Mali. The coup that they coup in Mali and Niger recently. Putin was behind that. So it's and we know the stance of Russia when it comes to LGBT.
Putin puts a foot in that. But getting back, circling back around to this real quick, right? If you had a say, just say if P. Diddy and a lot of them came to you and said, well, listen, I know that I chose, the path of darkness. What options do I have? What do you see? What options do you see for me to land on my feet? What advice would you give?
And if they ask that, check this out. You know what I found out recently? I found this out within the last week, right? Check this out. I found out, right, that lamb, the sheep, the baba, the goats, the lamb.
Yeah.
That lamb's blood, right, is used as anti-venom. I did not know that. I found that out last week.
Yeah.
Now check this out. In the Bible, Christ is referred to as the lamb. Revelation 12:7 tells you that they overcame the dragon, the serpent, the
Yep.
snake by the lamb's blood.
Yep.
So if these brothers, Puff Daddy, you name them, Steve Harvey, Oprah Winfrey, you name them out there, Cat Williams, Dave Chappelle, if these celebrities have been bitten by the serpent, the lamb's blood is the cure. That's the advice I'd give. That's what I tell anybody right now. The lamb's blood is the cure. The only thing can get you out is the lamb's blood. So if you want to repent, change, we're going to have to get that lamb's blood for you to get rid of the venom from this viper that we have all been infected with.
Hey, man, there's not much I can say on that, Gaja. And will you be doing the Passover from Jamaica, or will you be in England?
No, I'll be in the UK, be the most as well. I leave on the 13th.
Okay.
I'm going to get back over.
I hope you're ready, brother. This will be a Passover of all Passovers. I love you, man. You can stay on in if you want. Let me bring in.
I'm right here.
Okay, let me bring in Elder Lawyer real quick. Elder Lawyer, if you will. Right?
Yes, sir.
Elder Lawyer, let's pick it up from where we left off real quick, right? Let me just shrink it up a little bit so I can have us all in here.
Yep.
Right? There you go. So we can all share. Yeah, it works. Okay, thank you, Elder Lawyer. All right, let's go here, because here's my answer to those who have acquired public fame within this world, using Moses as an example. Right? Like I've mentioned, for those who missed it, Christ was famous. It says it tell you in the book of Mark that his fame went throughout all of the world. But he got fame through helping our people. That's the true fame. And this world have turned infamy into fame. Our so-called stars are infamous. And those who have a care to help our people are usually tainted. Their legacies get tainted, either alive or while they're dead. Right? Let's go to Hebrews real quick, if you will. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to grab it real quick. Let me grab it. Hold on. Hebrews 11, and let's pick it up from where we were before. Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Hebrews 11:23.
Yes.
By faith, Moses, when he was born, was hid 3 months of his parents because they saw that he was a proper child.
Come on.
And they were not afraid of the king's commandment.
They were not afraid of the king's commandment to kill the children. And you notice the righteous stand in protection of their children. And they've legalized getting rid of our children within our society. They have normalized that. And folks, there's a judgment for all of that. No other nation, no other race of people have chosen to genocide their own children before birth compared to ours. Read, by faith.
Yes, sir. 24. By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
So even though he was raised amongst the elite, he didn't get amongst them only to claim that, he have nothing to do with his own people. And see, and this is what happens with those within our communities. Our people get amongst the elite and forget where they come from. Here's the example right here. If anyone could have bragged about, not having nothing to do with Hebrews, it could have been Moses, who was raised in Pharaoh's house. But he remembered where he came from, right? He refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. And guess what? The Pharaoh took that as disrespect. You don't want to be recognized as prince? Like, nah, I'm good. I'm a Hebrew. Right? It was to a point where he was extradited out of Egypt. Folks, he didn't come to save Egypt until 70 years later. Okay, understand this. He was extradited. He was willing, he was rejected out of power, humbled before the world. And I'm going to tell you, so many of our popular stars, I'm going to tell you, they just aren't ready to start from the bottom. They don't have enough faith to say, you know what? I renounce all of this. I renounce it all and stand before my God, and I will allow the Most High God to shape me in his image. Okay? I'm willing to lose it all. See? And this is what these guys, a lot of them, aren't willing to risk. And I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, they end up losing it all anyway, because the agreement is for you to get. Hold on, elder lawyer. What happened here? This thing is wigging out here. One second, elder lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Oh, I think this camera is on a clock. I got to tell AC about it. One moment. Yeah, I believe this thing times out sometime. I think that's what it is. One moment. 1 second. Hold up, folks. Integrated. Okay. It's on a clock, so I'm going to do it this way. Y'all can see us real quick. Right? Hold on. I'm going to do it this way. Check 1, 2. Yeah. So here it is. Moses, it says, by faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. And a lot of these people in position are afraid to risk it all, only to be shaped back in the image of God and say, you know what? I may lose it all anyway. And the agreement that they have really is for what? The stardom that comes with fame, brothers and sisters, during their lifetime. The agreement is never to allow your generational wealth to go to your children. The agreement is so that you can benefit during your lifetime. Right? If you noticed, think about this. If you notice what happens right before a person actually leave his wealth to his children, that star is from our people is destroyed financially, so that there's nothing to leave to the children, because that's the agreement. See? Michael Jackson, where did his money go? There's 2 children. You can't tell me those Michael Jackson children. Okay. They don't look nothing like it. Whitney Houston, where did her money go? There was only one heir, and that was her daughter. And now she no longer is living. Think about this, folks. The agreement, even with R. Kelly, he started looking for his royalties so that his family can have something. And the agreement is so that you can live a higher life compared to the rest of the people we pulled you out from. Because as far as the machine is concerned, elder lawyer, right? They could have put any talented person in our community on the machine, and they would have become just as famous.
Right.
Right? They would have become just as famous. There's too much talent to choose from amongst our people. So if they put you on the machine, the agreement is for your wealth, not for that wealth to continue like it does for them and their children.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually they come for you. And that's one thing when the Bible says that we must build our riches in heaven where there's no moth. that the world cannot take what's in us, what's prepared for us when it comes to the promise that comes through Christ. Us being on code with one another so that if they do reject us one day, there's a soft landing where our people would actually still look out for us. See, but that can only happen if we keep our ties amongst our people like it was in the past. Okay? Now, finish reading what you got there, Elder Lawyer, real quick. Right? Let me get back here. Hold on. Yes, sir. Let's read it. Choosing rather.
All right. Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season.
Moses was willing to suffer the affliction with his people. He was willing to be recognized as a common man amongst his own people. Renounce his fame and popularity amongst the Egyptians, then to enjoy pleasure for a season. Pleasures of sin for a season. And a lot of these so-called stars out there, they get an opportunity to do as thou will for what? A finite amount of time. To sin and do all of that. And the elite does what? Collect a dossier of negative against them to use at the end of their careers. Right? So it says they enjoy pleasure for just a season. Right? They do many things above the law and believe that, man, can't nothing happen to me, but someone is keeping an account.
Right.
And that's what they don't realize. Right? Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. And I should think about this, Elder Lawyer. Right? You got to play ball till the end, literally. I used to wonder, I'm like, Shaq is a multimillionaire. What he's doing general insurance commercials for? He don't need that money. No, the agreement is if we need your celebrity, you got to put it behind something. It's not about the money. Right. As long as you have your celebrity and popularity, if I have a business I need to get off the ground, you ought to use your celebrity for it. Mm-hmm. Right? That's the game. Right? You must play into the end. Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for just a season. Read.
Esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt.
So here it is, esteeming the reproach of Christ, which is to sacrifice yourself for your people. Taking more pride in suffering with your people, for your people, than the temporal treasures you get out of Egypt. Because eventually, Egypt or even Babylon takes everything back. Because they'll only see us as the people under the curse. There is no equality. As far as they can see us according to the word, the Torah, we're their workers. And they'll never see us anything. They'll never view us any way on the other than that. Esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Egypt. Read.
For he had respect unto the recompense of the reward.
Because he had respect unto the recompense of the reward. There's a greater reward. Seeing at the end of this, the children of Israel free. Mm-hmm. And understand that all the gifts and talents that were bestowed upon us came through the God of Israel. And what the Most High have given us is to be used to free those same people. You can still do business and operate with the world. You must. But with the mind towards helping and freeing God's people. That means there's a moral line you'll never cross. And don't tell me it can't be had because Muhammad Ali did it. He was able to become famous, but not at the expense of selling out his own people. right? There's a line that cannot be crossed when it comes to my people. I'll entertain you. I'll do whatever I can to keep this business intact, but not at the expense of exploiting my own. See? You must have integrity in business. And that's how Moses was. Right? That's how he was famous. So yeah, I do business with you. I'll entertain, I'll do whatever. It's my gift. I'll use it to help my people. But you will not get me in a room and say, okay, let me get a daughter of Zion from our neighborhood and put some red wig on her and call her sexy red and have her totally destroy the image of the daughters of Zion. No, we can't do that. A matter of fact, I'm going to expose you for even attempting to have me sign something like this. See?
Mm-hmm.
Read the 27th verse.
Yes, sir. 27. By faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible.
It says, by faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible. He understood that there was one more powerful than the king of Egypt, the God of Israel. See, you can't make a stance like this without knowing the Most High. See? So understand, when Puff Daddy got out there and started saying who he wasn't going to side with, Trump or Hillary, that's an issue. Because you can't renounce the king in this world without knowing the king over the universe. You have to make a choice playing their game after agreeing to take their money. See? And this is where Elder Gaja came in at right here. Read 28. Through faith.
Yes, sir. Verse number 28. Through faith he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, lest he that destroyed the firstborn should touch them.
See that? Through faith he kept the Passover. That's a high holy day we're about to go into next weekend. And the sprinkling of blood, lest he that destroyed the firstborn should touch them. And this is the faith that comes with having fame. The faith enough to sacrifice it for your people and choose a side. Right? All right, we're going to open up the lines real quick. Elder Lloyd, you have anything to say real quick before I open up the lines?
Yes, sir. I just have a few scriptures. I'll just read them. You can break them down.
Oh, no, you go ahead and break them down real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second, Elder Lawyer. I'll be right back, right? You can start reading them. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Starting off in the book of Proverbs 15 and 16, where it says, better is little with the fear of the Lord than great treasures and trouble therewith. I'll read that again. Better is little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble therewith. And that's a concept that we have to understand. Many times we grow up in poverty. We grow up under the curses. We grow up dealing with the traumas that come with the curses. And we think to ourselves, just like our brothers and sisters in the entertainment industry, in the sports world, in Hollywood, we think that through all the traumas we went through, all the poverty, all the pain that we suffered under the curses in this captivity, we think that if one day we can become rich, it'll heal all of our problems.
Hold up, Elder Lawyer. Chapter and verse so I can put it here for me real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you can finish breaking it down. What's the chapter and verse you were at?
Proverbs 15 and 16.
Okay, let me get it so they can see that. All right. Hold on. Proverbs, go on.
15 and 16.
All right. Okay, you got it.
Yes, sir. It says here, better is little, by little meaning little substance, with the fear of the Lord. It is better that you have little substance yet fear the Most High than have great treasure to be a multi-millionaire, a multi-billionaire, a so-called famous personality, a so-called famous entrepreneur, and trouble therewith. As I was mentioning, many times we grow up in this captivity and we think that if we just get a little bit of money, that'll fix all of our problems. The issue is that the problems we have through these curses cannot be fixed with money. You got brothers and sisters who have been violated since they were young children. Brothers and sisters who witness abuse in their homes. Brothers and sisters who witness their parents being drug abusers and all of the different things that come with the curses. Money cannot fix that. The only thing that can fix that is what Elder Ganja mentioned, is the blood of Christ. So a lot of our brothers and sisters in the industries, they have the money, but they never overcame the traumas that came with the curses. So a lot of them are alcoholics. A lot of them are dope fiends. A lot of them are junkies. Why? Because they're trying to fill a void with money, with fame, with pleasure that can only be filled with the blood of Christ. So again, the Bible says, better is little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble therewith. Proverbs 22:4.
All right, I'll get
I don't know if you want to elaborate.
Oh, no. You hit the nail on the head. Proverbs 22:4. Let's go.
Yes, sir. I'll just read a few more. It says here, by humility and fear of the Lord are riches, honor, and life. So this is how you obtain true riches, true honor, true fame, and true life. They talk about the lifestyle of the rich and the famous, but this is true life. It says, by humility and fear of the Lord are riches, honor, and life. This is how you obtain true riches and true fame in the Most High. Speaking of fame, one quick precept of the book of Sirach, chapter 44, verse number 1, since we're talking about fame. And as the elder stated earlier, Christ was a famous man and still is a famous man, so famous that over 2,000 or so-called 2,000 years later, obviously we know the calculation, but 2,000 some odd years in the past, or 2,000 years later, rather, we're still talking about Christ until this very hour to show you the fame that he possessed. The question is, 2,000 years from now, will we be still talking about P. Diddy? Will we be still talking about Kanye West 2,000 years from now?
Nope.
Will we be still talking about Bill Cosby 2,000 years from now? Will we be still talking about Kyrie Irving 2,000 years from now? Who knows? But we know for sure that 2,000 years later, we're still speaking about Christ and his apostles.
Hey, Elder Lawyer, on that, we're still talking about Isaiah, Jeremiah. Right? Jeremiah, Baruch. We're still speaking about Moses. Right?
That's right.
Enoch.
Right. You're talking about 3,000, 4,000 years ago, and these men still got fame. People are still writing books on these men.
Exactly.
People are still studying these men, still finding archaeology on these men.
Exactly. Good point. Chapter and verse, Elder Lawyer. Let me bring that in again 1 second.
Yes, sir. Sirach 44:1. I got just one more after this, and that's it.
Okay, let me put this integrated camera in. What is it? Sirach
44:1.
Okay, just take your time, brother. Right now, you bringing it. It's all good. We need these scriptures. All right, yes, Sirach 44:1. Let's do it.
Right. So now talking about real famous men. These are the real famous men, and we're going to see what made them famous. This is Sirach 44:1. Let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begot us. So this is who our forefathers believed were famous. This is how we identified who was famous, not by who could make a record, who could dance the best, who can make the best tune, who could dance or who can dress the best, so on and so forth. We looked at our forefathers that begot us as famous men, men that were to be celebrated, men who were to be looked upon as celebrities. let's see what made them famous. Verse 2, it says, "The Lord have wrought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning, such as did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding, and declaring prophecies." Not dunking a basketball, not tossing a football, tossing a baseball, but by declaring prophecies, these men became famous. Leaders of the people, by their counsels and by their knowledge of learning, meet for the people, wise and eloquent are their instructions. Now check this out. Now the Bible does deal with the music. Such as found out musical tunes, such as King David, and recited verses in writing. Rich men furnished with ability, living peaceably in their habitation. All these were honored in their generations, and were the glory of their times. And they were the glory of their times. 2,000 years later, 3,000 years later, they're the glory of our times. There be of them that have left the name behind, that their praises might be reported. I'll just read one more verse here. "And some there be which have no memorial, who are perished as though they have never been, and are become as though they had never been born, and their children after them." So last scripture in the New Testament, ending it with Christ, Matthew 16:24.
Matthew 16, verse 24. Okay. I'm there.
Yes, sir. So this is the message we have for the Kanyes or the Ye's of the world. This is the message we have for the P. Diddy's of the world, the R. Kellys of the world, and all of those in the entertainment industry who, whatever reason, at some point or another, have been railroaded. And yes, I'm saying railroaded. Not that these men are innocent men, not that they have done things that I'm pretty sure they are ashamed of, but understand that the world they're in, Hollywood, the entertainment industry, is a shameful world. It's full of shame. So what they have done and what they do in that world is like child's play compared to some of the things that, you know, the elites deal with. It's child's play. But nonetheless, this is a message to them. Matthew 16 and 24.
But Elder Lawyer, I want to say on that, we have to ask also, where did they learn it from?
Exactly.
Because they weren't like that before they were in the industry. A lot of them came out of the churches. They were in they were in our neighborhoods, and they must have learned about these elite freak parties and its freak offs and all that by the likes of those they were associating with.
Exactly.
Like we have to ask, okay, P. Diddy, were you around Clive Davis, Andre Harrell? What was those parties like, and why weren't they pulled to the carpet like Puff Daddy's being pulled to the carpet?
Exactly.
See, what would allow him to be, you know, obviously this is par for the course, right? And then we have to ask, okay, the same thing with Russell Simmons and anyone else. They were doing what everyone else does. Not to say it's right, but they're being railroaded for a particular reason. And it goes back to this also, the lawyer, before you say it. You must know your place. We as a people cannot do what the Gentiles do without suffering serious consequences, because we're the people of law, morality. So guess what? Yeah, they're being railroaded, but there's a double standard.
That's right.
There's a double standard. Okay, the Most High, our God, didn't give these people the law. He gave it to us. So there's a moral responsibility that comes with the blood that runs through our veins as the children of Israel. Let me put that out.
Absolutely.
But let's go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Matthew 16:24. It says here, "Then said YASHAYA unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? And with that, I yield.
Hey, that's a mic drop right there, young man. Right? So we're not going to take calls for too long, but I wanted to really emphasize this particular in this particular broadcast, because it's a warning to the stars. But it's still an opportunity to come back under God's covenant. Okay? This world will sell you out. Let me tell you, they'll sell you to death in this industry out there. But you know what? Regardless of anything, the Most High will always accept us. But at the end of the day, repentance is necessary. I mean, I even look at Little Richard at the end of his life. Let me tell you, it took a lot of humility, a lot of pride, well, swallowing of pride, for Little Richard to come before the world he entertained, to say publicly, I was living a life of sin. And Little Richard told everyone, my life was sin. Okay, I've done things that I was ashamed of. It was celebrated. You notice they rarely, guess what? I'm going to tell you, even LGBTQ and all that, they celebrate all people who were openly gay. You rarely hear them talk about Little Richard. Because Little Richard came back and said, well, listen, I came out of the church. God gave me this gift, and it was used for sin. I abused my body against the laws of my God, and I sinned against the Christ who have gifted me. And I'm going to say that my lifestyle is not to be followed, that it's wrong, and if I would have continued on this trajectory, it was what? It was a trajectory down to hell. And you notice you don't hear any of them talking about this. So I got to give credit where credit is due. When someone can actually look at their own faults, confess their faults, and you know what? If they baptize, confess their faults, guess what? You ought to be received. So it's never too late. There's only one sin that cannot be forgiven, and that's the sin against the Holy Spirit. It cannot be forgiven in this world or the world to come. So whether it be P. Diddy, listen, everyone gets their turn in this industry to get raked through the coals. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it's just a matter of time. Jay-Z and all them, Jay-Z is just wondering what I have to do, for it not to happen this year. Okay. Right? Because what? Hey, Satan is batting 1,000 when it comes to not letting our people leave this industry unscathed. He's batting 1,000. So it's just a matter of time. It depends on whose turn it is. You notice, real quick before I open up the lines, Elder Lawyer, Elder Gaja, you notice when this thing was coming out against Kyrie, and this thing was coming, it all happened the same time during the pandemic, so-called pandemic. The Kyrie thing happened. And then what happened? The Kanye West thing happened, right? Back to back to back. Right? And you notice P. Diddy, they was talking about how much money Kanye West was losing. It was being reported on a regular basis. Man, he just lost $500 million. He's not a billionaire anymore. Remember that?
Yep.
And then a week later, it was announced through Forbes that Puff Daddy is a billionaire.
Right.
Right? At first, he was saying things, saying that, listen, he don't agree with how Kanye was going about things. And at that point, Puff Daddy could do no wrong because what? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm.
But it was only a matter of time after they got focused. They stopped the focus on Kanye West, It was only a matter of time before they was going to circle around back to P. Diddy. And I hope that that's a message to all people that are out there, whether you in the industry or not, or seeking to be in the industry. You cannot leave the world when you make an agreement with this industry unscathed. There's nothing they're going to give you that they're not going to take back. They're not going to allow your children to have generational wealth. The agreement is only with the performer. They'll find a way to get all of that wealth right from up under everyone else. And guess what? Michael Jordan, you think they're going to allow that money to go to Jordan's son? I'm going to tell you this right now. The only way out is for them to be willing to walk away from everything and choose the Almighty.
Excuse me.
That's
Elder.
Yes, sir.
Just on what you're saying right here, right? There's a video out with Steve Harvey. I don't know if you've seen it, but I can't remember who he sat down, if it's Oprah he sat down with, and he said, listen, I've told my children, you're not getting my money. It's not yours. It's me and your mama's money. Something, words to those effects. No, I tell you, he was talking to Jakes, TV Jakes. And they say, yeah, I've told my children, they're not getting my money. And I'm like, but that don't make any sense. Who you working for? You understand? Right. They know that they can't hand no money over to nobody. They know where that money needs to go back. It goes back to a trust, whatever, and then who controls it, and it plays out because it's not theirs. Like you said, it's all right there. Another thing what you just said that sparked me as well is that Bob Marley, right?
Yeah.
2 years before Bob Marley died, he was baptized in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Baptized, submerged in water. That's something that they don't put out. Everybody's saying, oh, it was his deathbed, a deathbed conversion. But Bob Marley got sick within a couple of months and died. You understand me?
Yeah.
He got sick at the end of 1981. It became bad. 1980, and he died about May 81. So he had 2 years prior to that, he had been baptized as an Ethiopian Orthodox Christian. They do not want you to know about that. They push the narrative. They push the Rastafarian narrative on as if that was his legacy. No, it wasn't. He had grown up a bit. With me, Rasta was when he was younger. As he got older, he started to see things different, and you can hear it in his music. You understand? He saw it different. They're not telling you that. Yeah, they're not telling you. He was baptized, fully submerged in water. You understand? Through the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Went and got baptized. So that like we said earlier, like these guys can change, people can change, anybody can change under Christ.
Right.
Christ, you with me? It don't matter the infection, it don't matter the disease. You with me? You understand me? It's like you said, Moses, Paul was persecuting the church. Paul was killing members of the church.
Yeah.
And he got turned around. He got turned around
Yeah.
and got used. So this can happen to anybody. You understand me? It's not that you have to want it. You have to want that compunction and want that repentance.
God, I'm going to tell you, man, I thank the Most High for sparing me that industry. I'm going to tell you this right now, Gaja. There's nothing I wanted more throughout all of my life growing up than to be a famous singer. I was living that life, that dream since I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I was on my way. Man, was I on my way. Man, I thank the Most High that he spared me from that. I mean, the brothers come back from Hit Factory. It was Barak Yard, Ramakad, and he says, man, I think we the children of Israel. I had on my gold suit or whatever the case is. You know what I mean? S-curl, whatever, just tripping out of my mind. You couldn't tell me I wasn't going to do it. And I'm saying, man, I mean, what do you mean we the children of Israel? What are you talking about? I'm in my early 20s. Man, the Most High stopped me dead in my tracks. Right? Dead in my tracks for this industry. Don't forget, Barack Yard was signed to Interscope before all these acts came out on Interscope. We were the team working that would have been the team with Barack Yard in California. Maurice Wiltshire. All you have to do is type in Maurice Wiltshire on YouTube right now, Wilcher, and you will see a video come up with Dr. Dre driving in front. That's Barack Yard. He's the one who did the track. AHAYAH's calling back Israel. AHAYAH's gathering Israel. He did the track. He did it, and Managun, Lamont, the one that's in the films now, that's dealing with the echoes of the Ramapo, mixed it. The Most High stopped me dead in my tracks and was like, well, nah, you need to check out this here. And I remember standing on the corner in all black, 15th and Market at the clothespin, where there's a brown clothespin there. Folks, you know that was the place where that was an auction block. Years ago, during the 1700s. In the 1700s, this place was a place where they would auction off our forefathers. And they would hang people in the public square. I'm now standing in a Majim Shabbat, sitting there and ready to go up to teach on that corner. And my manager come directly to me. He has an office right up the street, and I was a young man. He says, Rich, you're going to throw your whole life away. You're going to throw your whole life away. He says, I'm working day and night for you. What about your mother? And I'm just sitting there looking like this. Couldn't even speak to him. And you can see the pain in this guy because he really man, I love him till this day. He's a friend. I would consider him a friend. He genuinely cared about me. He says, Rich, you're going to throw your life away. And I remember Johanna came down and looked at him and says, who the hell is you, man? Get away from my camp. Take your behind up the street, cursing the guy out. And manager's looking at me like, Rich, you're going to throw your life away.
What you doing?
I don't agree now with how Johanna handled that. But I'm sure glad the Most High intervened. My life,
hey, Elder, when I met you,
man, my life have taken an entirely different road. I was going another way. But go on.
Elder,
I'm listening.
Elder, when I met you, Elder, and I told you this, when I met you, man, I had 100 pounds of weed waiting for me, waiting for the phone call.
Hold up. When you met me, you had what?
I had 100 pounds in weight. That's about 50 kilograms.
100 pounds of marijuana?
Of marijuana, high grade ganja, waiting for my word to say yes, go. And I was waiting on the phone call. The phone call never came until after I met you. And I remember I said, yo, listen, let me tell you, I'm gonna be real with you. I got some weed thing going on. And you said, what, weed? Nah, man, leave. So you remember that conversation?
I'm saying, Gaja, this is the first time I heard you in detail tell me about this. So in actuality, there was a deal of 100 pounds of weed when I met you that you could have had access to sell to our people. And look at what you're doing now.
Yep. I never forget it, man. I told you, I was like, yo, and you was like, yo, and you said it to me. You said like, nah, man, just leave that alone because I tell you what your words were. You said, yo, listen, that can come back and affect the work.
Yep.
That's what you said to me. And I was like, all right, cool.
Look at that. And you know what? Cool. Like I'm mentioning what I went through, I don't regret one moment of not taking part in this business. Now that it's all coming out, what's really behind that door and what they have to sacrifice, even their own bodies.
Mm-hmm.
They have to sacrifice their own ends to actually be a part of this. I had no idea all that stuff was going on like that. I'm looking at the music business innocently, like just to go and make some money to help my family out, to get them out of a drug infested area. I'm thinking, I'm looking at it from a church guy's view. I'm a church guy, you know, I can sing. I'm not going to harm anybody. To need some money to get my mother a house. That's what I'm thinking. And man, and now I'm hearing about freak offs. Man, boy, the Most High have spared me. And guess what? It's not about the fame, nothing. But I would rather be recognized for the word of the Almighty right now. I wouldn't change it for the world. I'd rather be, let me tell you, most people didn't even know I sung. So I didn't get recognized for being a singer. Even when we were over there doing Zion and all that, the people over there, Mike Allah, Raphael, they just knew me as a teacher. And one day it was on the piano and I wrote Zion. That's when Mike Allah knew that I could actually sing and write. So it isn't the music at all. The music is just a gift. I wouldn't change it for the world. I would rather be remembered for standing on the word of God. And I thank the Most High that he interacted. And now I hear your story. Man, let me tell you. You know what, Gaja? I believe that this would be a very, very good, especially the traveling part of it. This would be a real good mini-series.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we need to do something like get our people together and just I have my son play me or whatever the case is, and just a little mini-series of the journey from the different angles, the different people who's in the church and how we came together. Man, listen, you got me thinking right now, man. I'm gonna tell you. But yes, man.
Listen, yes. Let me tell you, Ella, right?
Yeah.
When I came to the truth, came to the understanding of this, there was a lot of things going on in my background, and a lot of things happening. And looking at it now, right? Looking at it now, I was at a crossroads in life where the Most High was really giving me a choice. No, and I've said this. I believe that if I had not chosen this, if I had not come this way, it would be prison or the cemetery with me. And it was going, and the situations and people I was involved with and could have been involved with, it would have been, it would have been just that. You understand? So looking at it now, and I like you hear the stories them, and you hear certain things, you're like, wow. It's like the Most High favored you. The Most High have favorites. He favored you and say, yo, listen, you go this way. This is your lifelong dream that you have, but I have this for you. Prior to me coming and being a part of the Gathering of Christ Church, if anybody had said to me, yo, say in another couple of years, you're going to be baptized, you're going to have a Bible, you're going to go to here, there, and everywhere and baptize people and teach them, and you're going to be known for Bible, I'd have said, brother, you're mad. Are you crazy? Bible? White man book? You're nuts. No, man. No, I don't know what crystal ball you're looking into, but no. You with me? That's not anybody that tell me that. Because I hear a lot of testimonies. I hear people say, I was searching, I was looking, and I came across this and this happened to me. I wasn't looking for anything. I wasn't searching. With me? I never thought I was lost for anything.
Me
exactly,
either.
Elder. Exactly.
Let me tell you, man, I'm the last person that was even would have ever thought about teaching anything. Even when I came in, I'm like, listen, I'll find out other things to do because these teachers, I'll never aspire to do anything like this. Listen, I'll sow some meat trees or something. Right? So I'll tell you, the Most High, man, he's when that statement is made that he works in mysterious ways, I'll tell you, Very mysterious. But go on.
Yeah, man, and I never thought of it. It would never cross my mind at anything like this. And I would not have changed it. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't go back and change any of it. I thank the Most High that you came into my life with me, showed me what was up, and I am thankful. I hearken to the message that the Most High gave. I am grateful for it because it has changed my life. I tell you what, Elder, just before I came into this onto the broadcast, right? So I'm in a WhatsApp group with my high school friends and all of that. So,
yeah.
We link up back and we all in this group, and we're talking about children. And I put a message in the group and I say, yo, my daughter is 17 years old and she's never been on a date. And everybody find that crazy. They're like, yo, you serious? No, man, she go on a date and you don't know. I'm like, no, she's never been on a date. She's 17. She's never been on a date. And every man that comes into contact with her or a crush or like, she says to them, yo, listen, you have to talk to my dad. And if they don't talk to daddy, then it can't, and it's nothing, there's no communication via text messaging or none of that. And I'm like, yo, look at that. A few years ago, when she was a little bit younger, she went on a school trip to Manchester United football ground. And one of her friends said to her, listen, let's go back to school and tell everybody that we met one of them famous footballers, like Pogba, I think it was at the time. And my daughter said, no, I'm not going to go back and lie. For what? And Elder, these are the little things that I know. If the Most High never rescued me when he did, right? There would have been certain principles and morals that I would have been teaching my children.
Oh,
you understand me? So the benefits, it's not even so much me, but them. They got moral standards. You with me? Standards that I myself never had.
Oh,
nobody showed me that. You with me? So it's not that I will not trade that for money. Money cannot buy that. Imagine myself when I came to England, right? When I came to England in the early 2000s, I came to England as a grown up, and I was a grown man when I got to England. I was in my 20s, and my brother was letting me know that, yo, if you have a child in England that goes through the school system between the ages of 13 to 25 and then don't sniff coke, that's a unicorn. Right? So the English culture, the English culture is them, the kids that sniff coke, them on all sorts of party drugs, all of that. So for me, if I get children that come through the system and never done drugs, and never been a part of that, hey, that's a blessing in itself, Elder. That's mercy from the Most High. If I was to ever see mercy, because I did a lot of craziness when I was her age. Man, I did a lot of stupidness. So the truth, man, I would not choose anything different than, looking back at it, I would not choose anything different because I see where the benefit is not just me. It's not my benefit. It's my family. Looking at my kids, children, my son is, you can't even get him a drink that's pink. Okay? You can't even give him a drink with the color pink on it.
Yeah, don't even come with that pink stuff, huh? Yeah.
Don't even come with it.
Yeah.
Don't even.
I want that purple drink. Give me that purple drink.
Give me the pink drink. You with me? And it's like, yo, listen, this is the thing that I'm saying that's mercy, man, because they could be into foolishness with everything going on right now.
Yeah.
Them in primary school and this little boy in there saying, oh, I'm a cat, or I'm a rabbit, and all of this thing. And he's looking at him like, yo, man, you stupid. You understand me? And the teacher's like, oh, you can't say that. And no, man, but he's stupid. You with me?
Yeah.
And like I said, Elder, that for me, that's mercy, man. That's the Most High having mercy on me for me to see this. because I was up to no good at a certain age. Total nonsense with no guidance.
Yeah, and then
so the most
and then on top of that, you weren't even on the path to find what we're teaching. I mean, you were at a radio show in the midst of the conscious community, a bunch of confused conscience, from Nuwabics to Egyptologists. The whole station was anti-Bible. And then
everybody,
I'm going to show you how deep this is. It wasn't until we came on that light began to shine over there in England. And on top of that, to let you know who's really behind a lot of things, it was the JDL, the Jewish Defense League, that got our teachings taken off of the station. And that in of itself tells you who's really controlling the Black Conscience Radio. They're still teaching that consciousness stuff as it was before we left, as if we weren't there. Think about that.
Hey, Elder, remember this, Elder. Remember this. When I got the first rabbi to come onto the program, right?
Yeah.
When I had called their headquarters, they had heard about you.
They heard about me.
Yeah, they heard about you. They heard about the Jewish people in Manchester heard about Peace FM radio broadcast going on.
Okay.
They heard about it.
Of course.
They told me that. Yo, listen, we have heard about this. You get me? And then when you start looking at it, now I remember you saying that, yo, this guy not gonna come on. Yo, he came on with a purpose. He knew what was really going down. They knew it.
That's deep.
The Jewish community and the Jewish community, the Jewish people, and we heard it recently when they said that the biggest threat to the Jewish people is the black youth. So what we looking at just now is something that they've been doing for years, watching, influencing. In America, the American industry, the gatekeepers are Jewish people. We saw that with that movie, the NWA movie, Out of Compton. It shows you the producers were Jewish.
Okay, well, listen, I want to keep this station. So real quick, hold on. We're going to have a conversation on that. I need to talk to you, brother. We got to, you know what? We got to have a separate conversation, and I'll probably record it and put it up, maybe we do a Rumble or something. I don't know. But this is deep. But again, a lot of people don't know, God, that you are musically inclined also. And Lawyer got some rapping skills y'all don't know about. I'm going to tell you that truth. But many of our people are gifted. But it's who's willing to sacrifice themselves for the machine they choose to put on the machine. And that's what it comes down to. So hold tight, fellas. I didn't eat anything, so thank you all for your presence. Let me open this up. I'm not going to be long because I do have to eat. But I will bring in a few calls today, 515-605-9327. Let me add that. Participants. All right, that's good. 1 second, let me add something additional. Invite. No. Come on. Let me see if I can find something here. Hold on. Can I add more? Hold on. Let me do it this way. This is chess as well. Yeah, 1 second.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, where am I? Here I am.
Unmuted.
Unmuted. This is Elder Ricard Shaw live. Thank you, Elder Ramar, for keeping the queue. Let's start off with 347 area code. 347 area code. Hold on, you are real low.
Oh, I am? Let me see if I can turn my volume up. Okay, is that better now?
Yeah, go on.
Is that better now? Okay. Okay, I know you said once before that the Africans were just as clueless as we were. I was wondering when you plan to go over there and tell all the rest of the Africans, you know, who we all are. And because, you know.
Hold on, I have to do this. Let me put you on hold. I'm gonna bring another phone on because y'all they have to hear better than this. So hold on, I'm gonna bring you back. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Hold on, Gaja, let me call you right back, okay?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. No way, no way.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Unmuted.
All right, I am live. Hold on, let me get also yep, there it is. Add both of you. All right, we live 515-605-9327 347 area code. Let me bring you back in. Thank you, Elder Ramar. How you doing? I have you now. You were saying something about Africa.
Okay. So, yeah, I was wondering, I know you said once before that the
Your
Africans
name?
were just as clueless as we were. And I was wondering, when are you going to, you know, go tell the Africans all around Africa who we are?
Your name?
You know, maybe kind of get some. This is Cora Corrigan.
Cora, we have churches all through Africa.
Oh, you do? I know you have one in Ghana. Well, what other countries in Africa do you have churches?
Zimbabwe and the word spreading.
Yeah, South Africa.
Zimbabwe.
Oh.
South
There's
Africa.
one in,
South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have South Africa, Zimbabwe. We have Namibia. We have Ghana. We have Nigeria. And where else? There's one more place. It's escaping me. There's a few churches around. There were some people over there in Zanzibar, but it's not official yet. But yeah, there's people all over in Africa with churches. And I've been there baptized.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we initially, I mean, we had a gathering that's going on in Egypt, but it was so much madness with different ideologies out there. We dismantled that. You know, they were trying to just cobble together a ministry out there. So, but
I see.
We're all through Africa, sister. All right.
Okay. Well, with what's going on with the immigrants, why are we staying here to even hang around? Why don't we just tell America goodbye? I said, why don't we, just forget America? Just give America the finger and book on out of here.
Well, when it's sister, but when it's time, we'll do so. But if you think the immigrants are just here in America, you got something going. I mean, we're being pressed. We get the Chinese they just came into Africa a few years ago before the pandemic. This thing ain't. Let me tell you, this thing is not. There's no safe place, in particular, when you're persecuted in one city, flee into the next. So it's not like you're gonna go someplace where this migration thing isn't happening. Okay, this is
okay.
Yeah, this is what you would call an economic forum plan. Okay, they're looking to do this throughout the whole earth. Yeah.
So the whole earth or the whole world is is on us. Okay.
Yeah, they're turning the whole earth into one big Tower of Babel. Okay, a mix. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you, sister.
Okay.
All right. Bless you.
Okay. All right.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna end up going to Africa, and you're gonna be like, Elder, I should have listened to you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. 984 area code.
Hello, can you hear me, Elder?
Yes. How are you? Who's this?
Shalom. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just wanted to be quick. It's been years that I've been listening to you. Off the strength of my sister Kathy from the Charlotte Raleigh body.
Okay.
I have, as we all have a story, and we all done been through some things, not to go down that road too deep, but I was going through some things years back in the streets. I was actively gang banging and stuff like that. And when I came into this truth, Elder, when I tell you I was dealing with some things that I can't say on this live, of course, but your truth, the truth of the Most High that you was revealing to me, it stuck with me and did something to my spirit. I was having premonitions of things that was like happening, and I was foreseeing the energy of like the serpent type of people I was around. Being in the streets, you can't do both. I had to realize you can't do both. You got to be with Christ or you got to be with the devil. And I just want to thank you so much. I have spent days, weeks, months shedding so many tears when I pray for y'all. When I realized that y'all really trying to help us, it did something to my spirit, and I want to say thank you. You are an amazing man, and I do look at you as an uncle. I would like to say that. And I know we're not blood related, but through Christ, you and Elder Lawyer, y'all are my uncles, and I've been bringing so many people to the truth, like as many people as I can, and not to hold you up, Elder, but I'm dealing with a situation right now. Not to go deep into it, but I had to defend my life to the fullest extent, and I'm dealing with going to trial and all of that. So, and my name is Hebrew Israelite BJ, by the way. I'm in North Carolina, and if you could please just pray for me and just pray that I walk in that courtroom with the energy of defeat this. The evidence speaks for itself, and I just get my life back together. And I pray one day I can be a part of the body wherever in Charlotte and Raleigh and meet you and Elder Lawyer and put my mark or put my work in to achieve the goal. And that's bring people closer to the body, and we try to seal that number.
Okay, well, brother. Okay, you can pray for me. I wrote your name down. I'm going to pray for you. I think you mistakenly stated that you're going to pray to us. No, you pray to the Most High.
Oh, pray for you. Oh,
okay,
yeah, pray to the
you
Most
pray
High
to the Most High in the name
yes,
of Christ. But brother,
YASHAYA. Yes,
oh
sir.
yeah, you just misspoke. But all in all, it's okay. I'm going to pray for you, brother, that the Most High show grace and mercy through that judge.
Yes, sir.
That can have you walk free, especially when you did nothing wrong. And there's nothing wrong with defending your life when someone is seeking to take yours. You can do so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have to get a call.
Okay.
But what I can do is I can write your number down, right? But in the midst of this,
sir.
Stay in the spirit, stay out of trouble. I'll be in Charlotte next week for the Passover. Hold on.
I'm on house arrest, so I can't move now. I wish I
Lord,
could.
in the morning time. You're pinned down. Okay, I got you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to write your number down. I'll give you a call.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And shalom to everybody, the Water Elder Lawyer. And y'all keep doing this great work that I know you're going to keep doing, but I'm behind y'all any way I can be. And I just want to say thank you, and I love y'all.
Thank you, brother. And I thank the Most High that he saved you from those streets, brother. I thank the Most High.
Shalom, brother.
All right, bless
Shalom.
you. Stay strong, all right?
Yes, sir. Stay prayed up and sin not.
My brother from the same mother. Bless
yes,
you.
sir. Yes, bless you.
All right.
Water.
All right, we have Providence with a comment.
Shalom, Elder. This is Sister Providence. I want to say it's an honor to finally get through to you. I've been trying to get through to you for years now.
Okay, I'm glad you made it through.
The timing, I am too. I wanted to get through due to a lesson that you had. This was shortly after the pandemic, where you had a lesson on how societies are formed, communities are formed, a nation and a people group are formed around a deity. And this was like 3-4 years ago.
I remember that.
And it stuck with me ever since then.
I remember that.
Oh, yes. And it put so much into perspective. And I've used that model to share in my line of work. I teach history. And that's what I've been doing is I've been showing how the gods of other nations look like the people, okay, that worship, that God, except, so-called Black people, And so that has been life-changing. That lesson was life-changing. And I've seen it impact the lives of the young people, that I teach. I am a substitute teacher for elementary school. And so that's what I teach. And it blows their mind every single time. And so I just wanted to say, Toda for that, hallelujah.
Praises.
And hallelujah. And then just I wanted to make mention, I wanted your opinion on the Patreon update that you did regarding the gentleman who was selling merchandise about our history. And I was curious to know what you thought about him, because he purports to be, or I should say he says that he is of the 12 tribes. He says he's of the Northern Kingdom.
Who's that?
So
Who are you speaking of in particular?
The gentleman, I forgot his name, but I've seen him on Facebook. I've seen him touting. What he does is he fundraises. He's trying to fundraise, trying to, go to Israelite web, circles, okay, and he's trying to crowdfund and raise funds to produce a movie, okay, about our people in the scriptures, in their true form, in their accurate form, and I see a lot. And so when you did that,
but who are you talking about? The guy that I was mentioning the other day?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
On your Patreon update, I believe it was yesterday.
Okay. Well, I made that clear that when it comes to our church, we're backing off of all of that until I have a conversation with him after the Passover. He just can't.
Oh, okay.
The reason why is, right, he said he was baptized. He told me he was baptized in our church, right? And that's when another brother was in Houston, and then he began to correspond with someone in Virginia, right? But he doesn't congregate with the church. So the whole deal is, I don't know whether or not his objective was to get in to do what he's doing, and I'm not going to allow anybody to financially aggrandize themselves off of a network they didn't help build. I've always had an issue with these guys coming from other places, selling Amway and coming into our churches only to financially aggrandize themselves off of our people with nothing promised to the people they're actually benefiting from. So I would back up. Yeah. What I'm saying is, let's back up off the crowdfunding. We're not dealing with nothing until we understand what the business is in his relationship with this church. Because I can crowdfund and get a movie done with the characters looking like our people. I can do that. Mm-hmm. And I'll know for sure that the money's coming back to our people. So
exactly.
So I don't deal with that when someone coming behind our church, linking in with people for their own enterprise. Those days are long gone. I'm not allowed
Elder,
to.
Can I just clarify?
This is what I'm saying, though. I'm not allowed.
Can I just clarify something?
I'm gonna let you clarify, but I'm making it clear. I'm speaking for the thousands right now who are listening. I'm not allowed to go into someone else's zone, whether they be Jewish, Christian right, or anyone else, and get with their network and say, I'm gonna do a movie based on the ideology or the religion they are talking about, and I need y'all to pay me some money so that I can do a movie for that. The preachers, the pastors and all that are looking at me like I'm crazy. So no.
I agree.
Think business has to be done like business. Do all things in writing. So I'm just saying that in particular. I'm just speaking out so that if anybody have an idea of trying to carve out some finances for themselves in a work that was established before them, that no, we don't do that anymore. Okay, I'm not down with symbolism. I'm down with whatever you're doing. I have to make sure our people get some money out of it. That's what I'm down with.
Elder, can I just I'm going to say this and I'll hang up. I'll take it offline. But I personally, this is just me. Okay, this is just Sister Providence, nobody out here in California. But I personally, because I've seen him for years on Facebook.
Okay.
I'm a historian. All this information is not new to me. I've been in this truth for going on 20 years. Okay. So
good for you.
But I personally, I'm just a bit uncomfortable. How do I say this? I don't want to offend anyone, but I just feel I was very uncomfortable watching him, who is from the Northern Kingdom, I guess, selling this type of stuff to Judah. Well, and that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, well, you can say that. You have a right to feel any way you would like, but the whole thing is, I don't have a problem with anything once I realize what it is. I have a problem with someone working around us instead of working with us, and that starts with me. You can't be operating with people in this church, and I'm hearing that there's tentacles everywhere, and not know your true objective. So I'm not judging negative concerning how he looks or whatever the case is or what tribe he's from. I don't care whether or not you can be as dark as I am and you won't be allowed to do that. There's a new day. Okay? Everything must be done in writing, and our people who have suffered all these years must benefit from anything people are doing that's utilizing the network, which is this church. That's how I'm doing it. That's how every other people on earth does business, and that's how the business is going to start happening here. We're not supporting anything that doesn't go back to helping these same people. Listen, symbolism don't help our people who are financially suffering. So for me to see a black Moses, that's not a big deal for me. Okay? Because I can get a camera and put a white beard on somebody and have a black Moses. Okay? So no. We're not going to allow people to come from the outside with no idea who they are with some grand plan to do something for us. Nah. What we need you to do is come together in the church and get baptized and help carry a sign. Help do something. Help us in a soup line. Help us where we see you can benefit our people to help our people. We don't need you to bring your talent in and say, okay, I got a movie I'm about to get paid off of. No, we don't do that. Okay? A trust factor must develop first. We have to know who you are and what your objectives are. And that means even if you have to put down the camera and not even use your physical gifts and do it, I had to put down music. I didn't come through and say, well, hey y'all, check it out. I'm a singer, and I know y'all teach the Bible, so I got a concert, and I need y'all to pass these flyers out so everybody can get me paid singing. No. If you got a gift, lay your gift down and bring yourself. Let's begin to relate or to know one another so that I'll realize what your true objectives are. I'll place you on. Man, it sounds like she's getting on a plane. Thank you, sister. 323 area code. That's how we rolling it. We ain't gonna have it when you come out of nowhere with a grand idea that can go into the tens of thousands, if not millions, and no one said anything to us about it. No, we don't do that. That's how they used to get us in the Christian church. I used to see this white guy come around ever so often selling Amway. Oh yeah, man, you you can get Amway. Here's some soap powder. And yeah, I'm like, this guy, he's not even a part of our church. And he's sitting there talking about Jesus and all. Yeah, Jesus on the main line. Tell me what you want. Clapping all off beat and everything. And at the end of it, he's selling Amway. No. We don't do that anymore. 323 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
Shalom, Simone. How are you? How are you?
Oh, you learned my name. Thank you. I'm doing very well. So I had a comment and a question. So my comment is that I completely understand where you're coming from about, using the gifts that we have to benefit our people.
Yeah.
Right now, I just got back into school for child development. I really want to build a homeschooling environment for, my future children and for our people, for their children.
Are you in a
I do
church?
feel that the public school system. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in the Southern California body.
Okay, well, if you're in the church, all you got to do is draw up what your idea is. After the Passover, I'll look it all over. There's something that can be done with insurances and all the liabilities covered and all those things, because that's right up the alley. That's right up the alley on where this church is going. We're gonna have to protect our children. So you can be one of these people
absolutely. Praise the Most High.
You can be one of the sisters who help us spearhead these schools to help protect our own children who believe, right? So that's which way we're going. So I would love for you to be a part of that.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 25. I'll be 26 this year.
Okay. Are you a school teacher, right?
Not yet. I'm just now getting back into school, so I'm just beginning my child development courses. I'm planning to get my associate's degree and then hopefully transfer to get the teaching degrees. I do a lot of my research for homeschooling and how to get a homeschool started in California.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's cut the chase and let's get straight to it, because I really appreciate it and I want this. So just drop your plan, the whole idea of what you're thinking about, okay? Send it to me. Send it to the GOCC manager's manager's email. Just ask the elder or bishop over in that area, to give you the manager's email, and you send it there, and I'll go over it after the Passover and give you a call.
Okay, I definitely will. And then my question, sorry. So while I was at school, I ran into a camp. I maybe won't say the name of the camp, but, they were coming to me with, their doctor and things like that. And I told them, yeah, I know I'm part of the 12 tribes. I know I'm Judah. I'm a part of this church, so I'm good. But I listened because I want to understand what the other side, how they think.
Okay.
So they were cursing while they were, giving me scripture. So I asked, well, why are you cursing while you're giving me scripture? And they gave me 2 Peter something where in that verse it says, dumb, and
hold up. It said what in 1 Peter's?
2 Peter's.
What did it say in 2 Peter's that gave him the autonomy to believe that he can use profane words?
Well, may I be frank?
No, what I'm asking is scripture in Peter's. What is it?
Yes. I'm not sure.
Elder Lawyer, do you know what she's talking about? Something in Peter's that gives them the exegesis to say, let me go call you everything but the mother of God. A child of God.
Yeah, I don't have a clue.
Oh,
Only thing I
see.
could probably
It's,
think of is what
second-
rude in speech. That's a famous one. People use to use profanity, but outside of that, I don't know.
I found it. It's 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 16.
Okay, I'm going to read 2 Peter's 2, verse 16. Right?
Yes.
Now, when I read this, right? When I read this, it's going to say that me as a teacher of the word has the authority to curse someone out while teaching the Bible. That's the context, right? So let's see.
That is exactly what they say.
Okay, yeah. Out of their minds, okay?
Wow.
Let me read this. Because the ass in this particular verse is a donkey. That's a donkey.
Wow.
But was rebuked for his iniquity. The dumb donkey speaking with man's voice. That's an actual precept of a donkey. Speaking with man's voice forbade the madness of the prophet. How do you know this? You go here to the 16th verse, right? And guess what? This links to what? Numbers 22, and 23 when it comes to Balaam. And the God's anger was kindled because he went and the angel of the Lord stood in the way of the adversary against him now, and he was riding upon his donkey or his ass. That's a donkey. That's another name for a donkey. You know that, right?
Yes, I've heard of that before.
And his two servants were with him. And the donkey or the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way and the sword drawn in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the way, it's an ass, and went into the field. And Balaam smote the donkey. He smote the ass to turn him into the way. Let's talk about a donkey, sister.
Yes.
So
even though I didn't know that context.
I'm just saying, but it's dumb donkey. So he's using it to say you can call somebody a dumb profanity. And that God says, yeah, I want you to get out there, just call everybody a dummy. Let me tell you, sister, these guys are out of their minds. The Bible says right here, let me read it real quick. I mean, I don't even know how you can reason with someone like that. And you know what? What happened was you listening to this and you said that, you know what? I want to hear what the other side has to say, right? And I'm not coming down on you. But this is how you begin, believe it or not, sometimes you listen to this stuff and you'll actually begin to lose brain cells trying to reason with this nonsense, right? Because it lowers our biblical or I would say our scholarly IQ, hearing something that doesn't make sense. Now listen to this. The Bible says about being tossed to and fro in different winds of doctrines. You left more disturbed than edified. That's not the spirit of the Almighty. Yeah. Now check this out though. And see, that's their intentions. That's what happens when the devil is in someone, right? When there's no peace, right? Let me read this real quick for you, right? And the Bible tell you about a filthy mouth, a filthy mouth, right? I'm trying to find that. Hold on. A foul mouth. So he goes, oh my goodness.
And Elder, why do you get that? Can I say something here?
Hold up, before we get that, I want to read this so that the sisters can hear this real quick. Sister, listen to this, okay? Then I'm gonna let you go, Elder Gaja, okay? Colossians 3:8, sister, are you with me?
Yes, sir, I am.
It says, but now ye also put off all these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth. That's contrary to the fruits of the Spirit, sister. These guys are riddled with demons. And I'm going to tell you, there's no fear of God to go into the Bible and try to use the Bible to justify using profanity, weaponizing your filthy mouth against one of God's children. See, that's a low IQ doctrine, sister. And like I said, you shouldn't have wasted your time even listening to it. Right? It's low IQ, low vibration. And none of the scriptures they're bringing out rarely is saying exactly, in context, it's never saying what they're telling you. Okay? It was talking about a donkey, sister. But a wicked man will use anything to justify their own wickedness. That brother don't need to be teaching anything. He need to be home, getting his life together, learning the Bible in spirit and in truth. All right? He's off his rocker.
But they all were speaking that way. It was very strange.
But sister, listen, you're going to have that. And guess what? There's nothing you can do to change it. You're going to have that nonsense out there because this is how these people, this is how they get attention. So what you did by listening to this nonsense is made them believe that they should be there another day because someone actually listened. Okay? Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Just ignore them.
Thank you, Elder.
All right. There's no reasoning with nonsense. Hold up. Before you go, Elder Gazi, you wanted to say something. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Two things, Elder. Two precepts here. Sirach 21:25 says, where is it? Sirach 23:15 says this: the man that is accustomed to opprobrious words will never be reformed all the days of his life. Now, opprobrious words, when you look at that word opprobrious, that's curse word, swearing, that's foul language. All right? So he'll never be reformed. That's Sirach.
Let me get this so they can see it out there too, Elder Lawyer. Elder God, give me that again.
That's Sirach 23:15.
Hold on, let me get it. 23 verse 15. Okay, yeah. Here it is.
All right.
Okay. The man that is accustomed to the opprobrious words will never be reformed all the days of his life. That's profanity, yes.
Mm-hmm. And the next one I was going to go for is Titus 1:10.
Titus, okay, Titus 1 verse 10. Now, sister, whatever you do, whatever you do when you see these guys again, do not bring these scriptures to them. Because, I mean, you use a word like we've just mentioned, it's going to, what word is that? No, just let it be.
Yes, they don't use the apocryphal books and things like that. So.
Yeah, they don't even use the Bible. They don't even use the book that they claim they stand in. Okay? Not for good anyway. All right, let's get that Titus. What, Elder?
Titus
1:10. 1:10. Let's get it. For there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision, whose mouths must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for filthy, lucrous sake. So you're going to find that the circumcision are Hebrews, sister. You're going to find a lot of filthy mess coming from the circumcision, who are Hebrews. So so you wanted to hear what's the difference? You wanted to hear the other side, right?
Yes. Yeah.
How did that pan out?
Not good. It was very confusing and it was enraging at the end.
Yeah.
It was just nonsense.
See? So the next time you encounter them, what are you going to do?
I'm just going to walk away. I'm not going to say anything.
Deuces.
It's unfortunate that that in the college systems nowadays, it's so much debauchery, and it's so much evilness, unfortunately.
Hey, the kingdom is for a few. Thank you, my sister.
Yes.
I'll place you on hold. Bless
Thank you, Elder.
All right. Lord have mercy. You can only pray for them. All right. Let's see here. I didn't get an opportunity for Sunshine last week, so here she is. Shalom.
Hello? Shalom. Hello?
Come on, let's do it. Hello? Let's do it, girl. Let's do it. Come on, talk.
Okay, Elder. Hi.
How you doing?
Shalom.
Come on.
Okay, Elder. Okay. Wow. Okay. What we see is two things. One is the Gentiles will come from the ends of the earth and say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, and we will be seen and known for the exact curses we have been experiencing according to prophecy is indeed the true children of Israel. And knowing our curses, many in positions of authority not only find and create opportunities to expose our nakedness to the world of the nations, but also they will find ways to continue it and encourage through various media and the scourges upon us and keep us stagnated in a cycle of curse bondage so that we will remain perpetual cash cow tributaries in oppression and even often depression while they try to stretch out and maintain the rulership over us and stave off judgment, or in their delusional minds escape it altogether. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, they know we are the people of promise, and they know we got next, and they can't do anything to change it. And for as long as they can withstand against us, they use us down to the bones, onto the grave, for what they feel is their portion in this world, as they will have, and in their thoughts think that would pass away out of this world as a cloud. But this wisdom of Solomon teaches us that their reasoning is not aright, and they have not only sought to deceive others, but they have sought and inevitably achieved deceiving themselves because everything under the sun is a season, and soon the season they have lived lavishly upon our backs. From one generation to the next is coming to a hard close, and we see the season soon gone as the cycles of usury is also showing their nakedness. As they have used us up from birth on to death, we are now with knowledge increased, seeing who has always done wickedly unto us. And all the conspirators of Psalms 83, and especially the head of the conspirators of the people in this carnal kingdom, with every moment of their defeat, of our defeat, we are seeing they know that we are the children, and we are seeing the long game and the progressive fall of Edom onto their defeat. And we appear to be falling down, while they build themselves up. But we are still the children of Israel, and by grace, as much as we are shown that way and seen in the media by the world as down and done and desolate, nothing, with everything part of our ruin shown and celebrated, we see their ruin, that the man of sin is being revealed, and all that folly is gone, and in that revelation, we know that soon and very soon, by the grace of AHAYAH, our kingdom is coming, and they can't do anything to stop that promise.
There it
and that's
is.
all I wanted to say.
Man, she got the dog ready to bring scriptures and everything over there, boy. The dog got the spirit up on him. It's like, Lord, have mercy. What's going on up in that house, girl? Thank you. She always brings some in-depth analysis, some insight. Thank you, sister. I really appreciate you. George has a comment. I can only take about one or two, and then that concludes the broadcast. I went well beyond the time I thought we'd actually be on, but, I don't know whether or not we'll be back next week, being that we'll be there before we'll be in the Carolinas getting ready for the Passover. So I might as well spend a little bit more time here. Very little, just a little bit more time. George, you have a comment?
Yes, sir. Shalom, Elder Shalom.
Shalom, sir.
Can you
What
hear
say
me,
you?
sir?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sir. Double honors to you, Elder. I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you and just blessed by the best. Just wanted to share a little testimony that was somewhat similar to your testimony with the music industry. So I was working, I'm from the Chicago body, and I was working at O'Hare Airport here in Chicago about 2009. I was a gate agent. So I used to run into celebrities all the time. And this one particular time, Kanye West is sitting across from the gate that I was working.
Okay.
And I walked over and I went up to him like a regular brother and, introduced myself, and I was able to sit down with him. And I sat with him and I was having a conversation with him. And at the time I was making beats. So I made about 70 beats and I had them on an iPod.
Okay.
And I'm talking with this brother, and usually he's known for being rude to his fans, but he was actually having a good conversation with me. And he showed me his shoes before they came out. He was asking me about his album. He came out with like his third album. Long story short, I was getting ready to tell him, hey, I got these beats I want you to hear, and the way the conversation was going, I knew if he would have heard these beats, he probably would have signed me or took me under his wing. And right at the time, a bunch of people came over there like, Kanye, and they just blew up the spot, and I just left them over there. But I'm just grateful now to see how life has just gone for me, how the Most High just blessed me to come across you, Elder, and be a part of the body now. My life would have gone in a different direction had, I would have been took under his wing and been in that industry. And like you were saying, they just chew you up and spit you out, once they're done with you. And it has been such a blessing to see what the Most High has done, to be in the body. I have a family now. It has been everything I've ever wanted. And I just got the attitude of adding bricks to the kingdom with nothing in return, expecting nothing in return. Well, this year I'm doing, and I felt like the Most High was telling me, no, I'm not ready for you to do this music. I'm saving you for a special time. Yeah. And I've been consistent with the body for about a year now. And I was invited to do music within the church. I did 12 songs in 1 year, recorded 3, and man, praise the Most High for what he's doing.
Oh, praise it. Look at that. Believe me, all that talent is from the Most High. The music come from the heavens, and I tell you what, nothing is going to waste. There's a time.
Yes,
there's a time for everything under heaven, and it just wasn't time at that point. So, welcome, we welcome your gifts within the body, brother. And
yes, sir.
Let's finish. Shalom.
Dr. Water, I got my ticket to Passover. I'll see you hopefully next week. It's my first Passover. I'm very excited, sir. And double honors to you, Elder Lawyer, and Elder Godson.
Well, thank you. Make sure you introduce yourself when I see you, all right? Next week.
Yes, sir.
When the saints converge on North Kakalaki. Shalom.
Shalom, sir.
All right. All right. This is the last call for this evening. Kayam, I'm sorry, but we will have a short Patreon this Friday. So if I miss your call today, I apologize, but I only have room for one more call. I'd like to thank the elders for blessing me with your presence, Elder Gaja, Elder Lawyer, and man, I can't wait. Next week is going to be something different. Going to be something different. All right, Kayam.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir. Last call for this evening. What say you?
Wanted to say, I remember when it's crazy. Russell Simmons actually reached out to me and he said how he wanted to take over. I guess that portion of the social media. And for you to talk about it now is amazing. And Elder, I wanted to say this, like, our people got to
hold up before before you move over to the next thing. That was big there. Russell Simmons reached out to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For what?
Yep. He reached out because I was doing music, and he said he wanted to take over MySpace. You know what I mean? He sent me an email that he wanted to take over, and you know what I mean, because my music I started getting a lot of views. Like, it was crazy. I was getting like 1,000 views a day, and it was just getting out of hand. You know what I mean? I even had visceral through some of the members of my group, but
What came of that? What came of that?
Oh, I ended up getting on house arrest, Elder.
House arrest.
I caught a charge. Yep. And you know what I mean, I never got a chance to get back.
And what do we got going on this? What do we got? What do we have happening on this switchboard right now? This is the second house arrest call I've gotten. Boy, this must be when the disciples were loose from prison at night. Q line. Oh,
yes, sir.
What's the chance of having two house arrests within one broadcast? But you got on house arrest. You hold up. You could still use your computer, couldn't you?
Well, no. When you're on house arrest, they don't allow you to use internet service. Like, you could, you know what I mean? They won't allow you because you on a little monitor.
Well, I think well, brother, I think you just got someone in trouble, because we know someone is definitely looking at YouTube right now on house arrest.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know how it is now, but that's how it was when I was in PG County, Maryland. You know, they didn't allow us to have internet service. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Elder, I was going to say, our people should not give up. Don't give up, because you know, it's never too late. Like Kanye. All the brothers, you know what I mean? Any brother that hear this, you know what I mean, it's not too late. And I was gonna, you know what I mean, say, check out Ecclesiastes, I think it's 3, 1 through 9. You know what I mean? Because time is you know what I mean, anybody can start over. You know what I mean? Right. And Elder, it's a brother that I ran into. I wanted to see if I could send you his number, and you can write down my number, call me. He just came from Israel. And he wanted to ask him, did you want to speak to my elder? And he gave me his number, named Eleazar. And I gave him a flyer, so I don't know if he's watching, but and I said, well, maybe my elder want to talk to you and get a little perspective of what you were saying when he was over there.
When who was saying what? Have I ever met him before?
Well, he said he'd been in the States for about like almost a year now, so. He was over there. I don't, you know what I mean? I just told him, like, well, maybe, you know what I mean, I could give you my elder number. He could talk to you and see, you know what I mean, on a perspective, maybe you, you know, talk to him about what was it like? Because he was saying that the war is in a specific place, like he was saying, and where he was at, it wasn't nothing like that.
I can understand that, brother, but believe me, you know, if he want to call in, I'll speak with him. But no,
okay, cool. Yes,
I don't want his number. All right.
Oh, yes, sir. No
and the reason why, no disrespect to him, but there's no telling what people have connected themselves with indirectly traveling into these areas by themselves. And I don't want to indirectly be connected to something that could be, who knows what people are dealing with. Right? So I don't want you to be a conduit to something that you might regret, linking me with somebody that I don't know that might compromise this work. Right? I'm very careful with stuff like that. People just popping up out of the blue, and now, nah. Now they have to go through layers. So all in all, if you would like to call in, you can give them the number right here, 515-605-9327, and Elder Ramar can move them through the switchboard. All right.
God, Elder, and like I said, can you write down my number, because I do want to ask you some things, because I do got something going on, and.
You have something going on. What you said? You have something going on? What?
Yeah. As far as a civil case, and you know, I'm down, and I got to go to Georgia, and I think they're trying to railroad me because you know, I mean, as far as the enforcement trying to force me with the child support scenario, which I take care of my child. It's just that they want to. Put me in the courtroom by myself. That's what the judge was saying. and there wasn't no court reporter, so it's
Okay,
like they trying to railroad me. So I'm trying to, yeah.
Okay, well, this is something private, so let me call you offline. I'll give you a call tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You're
You're not on house arrest now, are you?
Oh, no, sir. That was in 98,
Oh, okay,
99
good.
or something.
All right,
yeah.
good. Well, that's good. That's good. All right, my
Yes,
brother.
sir.
So I will call you tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do about keeping you free from bonds. Let me put it that way.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
All
All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Elder Ramar, and thank you, elders here, Elder Gadget and Elder Lawyer. I'm going to call you up a little later. This concludes our lesson 1 into the stars, but hey, if you're out there, you've been successful in your life and have entertained, understand that the Most High still cares, love you, and we're still your people. We're still your people. And even if the world reject you, it doesn't matter if it's Puff Daddy, it doesn't matter if it's Jay-Z, it doesn't matter who you are in this world. We'll accept you. We'll pray with you. We'll baptize you in preparation for the kingdom to come, because you're still our people. All right? Repentance is a necessity. God loves you. And that have been the Gathering of Christ Church's broadcast warning to the stars. We're running out of time. With that, I'm going to say shalom. May the Most High stay with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Zion. And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back Israel. We're the children of Israel. And yes, we're back. Shalom.
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 Bless you.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH gatherers in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar the Mexicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel.